Welcome, everyone. We are here ready to go. Although we did have some unforeseen issues unfortunately occur, we understand that, we still got to give you a show. So we'll be here on the main channel still with a few other matches here. It's only one broadcast here today, but we have two fantastic matches lined up for you. My name is Orbital. With me is Captain Atsoka, and we'll be bringing you the first matchup here today. I believe still of the group stages. Teams still trying to battle it out and get into that bracket stage. Captain Atsoka, are you ready?
Am I ready? Am I ready? I was coming over from the main stream to the second stream. I'm going to be casting Valorant today, one way or the other. Doesn't matter what gets canceled, who shows up, who doesn't show up. We're going to be casting Valorant. And not only that, not only do we have two fantastic teams, but we have two fantastic casters. Orbital, you already know, is probably one of the biggest Valorant gurus that there is. The savant, the know-all, the big brain. I am beyond excited to be in the booth here with you today.
I'm excited as well. It's going to be a good time. We're going to vibe out well, and hopefully the teams will as well, because this is going to be a little bit of an interesting battle. We have two fantastic teams lined up for you here today. It is going to be not UH Premier. That's the second matchup, actually. So that'll be after this one for fun times. It's going to be U Ottawa Garnet versus Sac State Green. Both these teams have fallen to their original first game opponents and are now looking for a little bit of a step forward instead of a step back. This could be a potential elimination for either of them in the Champions Division. U Ottawa Garnet, of course, coming from Champions Yellow, and then Sac State Green coming from Champions Cyan. So, I mean, both teams kind of fighting for survival here, and that's exactly what you want to have if you want to have a good match.
Absolutely. I'm going to be keeping my eyes on U Ottawa Garnet, and let me tell you why. Because their program, their esports program over there, I know is pretty top notch. They do well in multiple esports. As a matter of fact, U Ottawa Garnet, their Rocket League squad, did a good bit of work here at the NECC Rocket League as well. So we're going to be keeping an eye on them because, like I said, if their Valorant team is any as good as their Rocket League team, they're going to be a top contender for sure. And I'm going to, like I said, I'm going to be keeping my eye out for them. I expect big things coming from that organization.
I hope so as well. And I mean, let's go ahead and run down the rosters here. Starting with Sac State Green, we'll go ahead and take a look at some of the players that'll be running in for today's matchup. It'll be Kitten, Meow, Crimson, Nav the Jet, and Tech. Entire squad hoping to bring them a win here. Again, they finished 5th and 4th. And then 5th, I believe, in the spring split. So that'll be a little bit of a chance for them to have some fun. On the flip side, it's U Ottawa Garnet, University of Ottawa, of course, cruising in here with another set. They went 9-0 in the regular season, 9-0. Unfortunately, took second and then lost 1-3 versus West Virginia, I believe, here in the qualifiers. In the beginning day one. So that'll be really fun to see if they can bounce back. It is going to be a Blade, Hoozy, Jeremy, Arar, and APL. Good set of names there. I do enjoy that one. So the entire squads will be shaping up to take each other on over a best of 3.
I gotta say, I do love these names. I almost called APL Apple. That's what I was going with. That's the first thing that popped into my head. I was like, okay, let's go with Apple. You know what they say, an apple a day keeps the losses away. So you gotta have that good APL on your side. And honestly, I cannot wait to get into this one. Like I said, gonna be watching U Ottawa Garnet, especially Housie. Housie, as we know, is of course one of those top players to keep an eye out for. Every now and again, we will see them pop up on the highlight reel. And honestly, just a really good, well-rounded character and very balanced. I can't help but notice that when we go into these Valorant matches, you often see some players that just dominate defense or they dominate offense. Housie is one of those players that can play both sides of the coin. So again, this is just one of those players that's not necessarily, like the greatest of all time, the GOAT. They very well could be, but they are very well-rounded, very well-balanced, and very consistent. So again, those are some two players I'm going to be looking out for on U Ottawa Garnet is APL, not Apple, and then of course Housie.
Alrighty, so those two players we'll keep on our radar for the Garnet squad, but let's go ahead and see what maps they'll be playing on, because that does determine if some players will shine or unfortunately fall to the wayside. You go ahead and take a look here. We have our 3 maps. It is going to be Bind, Fracture, and Haven. Icebox and Breeze were banned away first, and then Split and Ascent for the following bands as well. Fracture being in there kind of shakes things up for sure, considering that is the second map, not the decider.
Now, you see, SAC, I'm starting to think that maybe they have a type of method to their madness, because anyone who is mad would deliberately pick Fracture. That's just something I would never do. Maybe because I'm basic. I got a basic brain. I just don't like Fracture. I just cannot pick. I can't think of any team that would want to deliberately go there. So they're going to be, they have got to be just absolutely cracked on that map if that's the one that they want to pick.
Yeah, that's one that I'm very, very interested to see if they can actually bring about a win. To be able to lock that one in just kind of says, let's go. Let's have a game plan. Let's have a little bit of craziness added in here. So I'm very, very interested to go ahead and take a look here. We are taking a look at Bind first, though, and this will be the big true test. SAC, of course, on that attacker's side, and then U Ottawa rounding out on that defensive. And you can see the agents currently being selected. It's a nice kind of setup between the two. It's going to be a dance between, I want to say, different types of setups. You can already see this chamber being locked in for APL. For some reason, I almost wanted to say Cypher. There ain't no Cyphers anymore. Cypher is outdated right now.
Now, you see, it's funny you say that because I'm a Cypher man. I love Cypher. And don't get me wrong, Chamber has definitely been, the #1 draft pick as far as Sentinels are concerned or defenders. And honestly, I get it. But at the same time, I have been watching a good bit of Valorant, especially over at the Proving Grounds. And I have seen some Cypher mains absolutely pop off. And Bind might not necessarily be the map for Cypher. I wouldn't be surprised if we did see a Cypher pick maybe come out on Fracture. We just not seeing it now. But still, the lineups that they have so far, I think, are very good, especially over there at U Ottawa. I like the pick coming from, of course, being the Sova and the Brimstone. But on the other side, we also see another Chamber over there as well. And again, another Brimstone, but also that KO. It's going to be an interesting lineup and I think an overall interesting match.
Yeah, the main thing that we're kind of seeing a little bit of a shakeup here is going to be Mitchell there with that KO. Going to be a little bit of a swap up here in terms of which are the unique agents, and that's always really, really fun for me to watch, right? The unique agents that decide to make their way onto whatever map is currently being played always brings with it an air of difference, right? You always want to watch those ones. You always want to say, okay, those are the ones that are going to be the make or break moments here, and so Mitchell going to try and have their hand on that one. Right now, though, it is going to be Sac State Green, I believe. Taking a look here, I just want to double check that we have everything. Yes, we are. Okay, so they are on the defensive. I believe I read that wrong earlier. I do apologize for that one. U Ottawa Garnet going to be running out on the attackers first. 10 seconds left for them to jockey for position. It looks like U Ottawa are going to go ahead and test out that A site first.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see why not, especially if you're just going to go for that heavy push. And don't forget, you still have that teleporter there in the mid and also towards the right. And, they can always try and opt out and find a different direction if they need to go for that late rotation. But already, we see all types of crossfire as Blade will get the first elimination on Darian. And now Crimson trying to get into the action as they will get the elimination on Hoozy. And now Jeremy onto Crimson. And it is all going down in the bathhouse as we constantly see shot after shot and kill after kill. APL getting in on the action as well as RAR will get the win in the first round for U Ottawa Garnet with that last elimination on Nav the Jat.
I love seeing the skill checks right there. There are sometimes where we see the pistols kind of played out nice and slow, everyone trying to be tactical and everything. No. Save that for the gun round. Save that for the epic, everyone has a Vandal or someone has a Shorty and a Judge, whatever you want to do. Now, pistols are about skill checking. Pistols are about setting up your team to just go ham, right? And that's kind of what U Ottawa went for. They just kind of went hard there, rushed up through the showers, and decided to try and take it to A site. And Sac State Green didn't really have a response there, so they tried to fight it out, did not win it, and now are getting checked over on B side. This one's a bit more understandable, though, as APL and the rest of the squad rush in with a few more weapons in hand and causing a bit of a distraction. Sac State Green are going to get a rude awakening. RAR, though, waiting for someone straight through the smoke, is going to take one. Jeremy takes another. Mitchell's life is over. Crimson going to find the end of a barrel there, and Darian is now following through. These are all kind of dangerous spots to be in. I'm not sure if you want to stick around. That'll be a flawless round victory with a knife to the back as APL is tying things up with Jeremy at the top of the scoreboard.
And then not to mention APL, of course, stacking up a good bit of econ too. And again, we're finally seeing the first full buy coming from SAC, but we know if they fall in this next matchup is going to be absolutely devastating for their economy. And what also being said is that on the other side, of course, for U Ottawa Garnet, they're doing tremendously well. They don't have to overbuy either. Honestly, it looks like they're going to be opting out just to go forward with those Spectres. And then, of course, we got that Chamber who's probably just going to go in with the Headhunter and just do as much damage as possible. So let's see how this is going to work out, as already we see the blinds coming in and the first and second elimination from Mitchell getting a double kill.
Really nice snap off the rip, and I like to see that early on, especially for Sac State Green. You want to see them be able to pull back a couple fights, and it's the appropriate time to do so. You got the guns in hand, you want to have a nice bounce back, but Varar says still got something to play for. APL is going to find one on Crimson. The headshots are doing some work here. Nav is going to find Rar. Jeremy finds another, though. It's down to a 2v2. For as much as Sac State Green were trying to play, this looks like you Ottawa Garnet have a little bit of a better advantage. Surprisingly enough, this is a dangerous spot. APL gets the gun duel win, and Darian is the last one alive. 2v1 here on A.
And here we go, the spike getting ready to go down. Jeremy being able to get that spike planted, and now all advantage and momentum is in the favor of U Ottawa Garnet, as they got a good opportunity here to really capitalize and extend their lead 3-0 over SAC. But let's not count out Nav the Jat just yet.
Don't want to do that, but this is a tough one. A little bit of a difficult spot. That Molly not landing at the appropriate spot, and because of that, they are going to pull the swing. It's a nice little delayer, but at the end of the day, APL goes ahead and lines things up with the 3K. Very solid play to keep 3 in a row, and most importantly, that was the gun round. Sac State Green fully bought out. The free guns drop into U Ottawa's pocket as the bonus goes their way. 3-0 start for the attackers here, of course, on U Ottawa's map pick.
Yeah, not only that, but you're looking at APL and Jeremy. They are still only one off from both getting their ults, so they're going to be ready to go. As you can see, Mitchell already has theirs. It's going to be interesting to see how they plan on using it, getting ready to head into round 4. But once again, we see SAC falling short in that gun round, and now not only do they go down even further in the overall scoreline, but they go down in economy as well. As already we see 3 knocks coming through from U Ottawa Garnet, and let's make it 5. That is a flawless round 4.
I like to see it. Of course, it was that, Eco coming out here. Sac State just tried something cheeky, and I can agree with that one. They did get flushed out, and now they have guns back in the hands, right? Most importantly, they have major guns. You can see Nav the Jat currently running with that Odin is going to try and lock down, it looks like, B site, which is appropriate. But again, 4 rounds in a row, U Ottawa Garnet feel great right now. They're stacking up a lot of great economy. They're not taking too many points of damage here in terms of the 1-for-1s or the 2-for-1 trades. And I really, really do like that one. However, Nav the Jat said, we still got some time to play. I'll go ahead, take a headshot on Rar and slow you all down. Mitchell is going to find Hoozy. That's a great opening set of kills. Sac State Green say the run ends here. We won't let you get more than 4.
And here we go. We can see APL over here in the showers trying to be a sneaky little snake and make their way over towards that A site. But we can already see they have 3 players from SAC there and waiting. And it will be Darian to get the header and put APL down in the dirt. See Jeremy now trying to get this cross exchange coming through, and will put down Crimson. And now it is a 4v1 with the Lone Blade surviving for U Ottawa Garnet, and that will just about do it. SAC will finally find themselves on the board.
Nice little fight back with the hard weapons in hand. U Ottawa Garnet couldn't hold out, and Sac State Green with a little bit of an aggressive push over there in mid, it netted them that opening value. So really, really nicely done to start things off here on their own run, or what they hope is their own run. They have to get through one more set of gun rounds here, and I think that's actually going to be one more after this one as well. And then from there, they should be able to start pinching a bit of those pennies that have been stacking up in U Ottawa's favor. So we'll go ahead and take a look here. Sac State Green ready to go, ready to hopefully take a second. In comes a little bit of an orbital strike though, and Jeremy, I think, ran straight into that one. You do not enjoy that feeling Because of that, Darian is going to find Jeremy's life. A little bit of a trailblazer will find someone off in a corner. Because of that, you are routed. Rar and Blade, though, with the Hunter's Fury, is going to swing hard. Rar is going to find a 2K. Saxay Green stuck down in a 2v2. Nav, the Jet, is finally going to fall here. The Odin cries no more. In a 1v1, Rar says, I have the win. Or at least they got the plant. It's down to a 1v1 with the spike going down. And Saxay Green's KO be able to pull this off.
Oh yeah, that was a mean rotation coming out from Raw, and now they already know where the KO is. They're expecting it. They got it, and there is the shot, picking up a 3-piece for the round. It will be Raw to get the dub for you, Ottawa Garnet.
Really, really nice play. Knew exactly where they were coming from and knew that the shortest route was most likely the optimal. It was played appropriately. Sac State Green, you can't do too much there. You feel bad, though. Again, you were able to win out one round. It was pretty handed. You carried 4 over, and all of a sudden, you're slapped back down to square 0. You can see here, they were questioning if they wanted to buy out. Sac State Green said, okay, do we want to buy? Do we want to hold? It seems the consensus was actually buy out. They're saying, okay, let's buy. And now the Jets like, I can't buy. I don't know what you're asking me to do. That might be the downfall here. 5-1 for you, Ottawa Garnet. They're hoping for a bit more.
Well, let's see if they can get a little bit more as we see Hoozy going to get eliminated early from Tech. Tech picking up a 2-piece, but will be put down by Rar. As now we see once again the crossfire going down into the showers, and Crimson being able to use that smoke to try and really protect themselves, but it doesn't last for very long. APL will eventually get the knock on Mitchell, as well as it will be Crimson to fall as well. And we see Nav the Jet popping the tour de force. Going to be getting a good angle on those showers to try and get a peek and an elimination.
Yeah, but I mean, popping that ultimate so late into this round just feels kind of bad, and that's kind of why, unfortunately. So that'll be an ulti used for fairly nothing there, and I want to say that was popped afterwards, and if it was popped earlier, then I do agree with it. Saxay Green, no matter what, lose out on that tour de force. It's a major power weapon that they're not going to have, and now you're dropped down to the full defensive buy. As you can see here, Shares and Frenzies aligning the pockets, and honestly, you Ottawa Garnet on this attacking side look phenomenal. Consistent pressure, hitting those shots, and really locking things down there, showing why they placed second and had a perfect record back in the regular season.
Absolutely, as we see Hoozy now making their way towards the hookah lounge, getting through, and now Jeremy going to be setting down that. As we see the eliminations once again coming through. Hoozy being able to get the elimination on Darian. And now Nav the Jet is going to get an elimination on Hoozy. Blade once again going to be able to pick one up, as well as APL, as the 3v1 swing will come through and Jeremy will get the spike planted.
Really, really nice plays. Once again, it's a team ace across the board. Nice little wipe right there. You Ottawa Garnet, they hold nothing back. They're saying, listen, we want this one over as quickly as possible. We want to move on to the next round. Tech says we need a Tech to hold things off, and that'll be the timeout. So Saxay Green, it's, I want to say, a slightly appropriate time to try and call one, but I mean, a 6-round difference here feels pretty rough. So they're going to try and regroup their mental, and at this point, you got to say, what's going on here? You know, what exactly is causing problems? And I feel it's because they're, you know, a little bit jittery. Maybe they feel like they're going up against some Titans, which would be appropriate. But Sac State Green just, I think, need to slow things down. They need to realize that you Ottawa Garnet are getting these rounds not only because they're a great team, or not only because they're pressing as a squad, but because Sac State Green, I think, are getting a little bit too aggressive. Feel free to, you know, lay back, to allow a site to be taken, try and retake with all 5. Try and get the tempo in your own advantage. If you can't play along to the tune of you Ottawa Garnet, you have to find a way to make the song your own.
One thing I couldn't help but notice, and again, if I'm capping, say caps capping, it's just me, you know, I guess kind of nitpicking here. But one thing that I noticed is that you Ottawa Garnet, their Brimstone has been awfully generous with the stem beak, and they were laying it down even towards the, you know, towards the latter half of that last round. And even though it made a very small difference, it was still significant enough to really help and get some, you know, some over the head eliminations. And with that being said, SAC, you know, with their Brimstone, I haven't seen too many stem beacons being thrown down. And again, it's just a little bit nitpicky picky, but you want to see a good bit of activity and a nice use of intel coming from every player. So that was just one thing that I couldn't help but notice. And again, it's just something that I think that over there on the SAC side, maybe they could discuss and talk about when Tech did call that timeout, is being able to mostly use their util a little bit better as we start to see again a lot of these eliminations coming through, and we find ourselves in a 2v2.
2v2, but Tech is still alive, and that's the one that you really want to watch for. No, my brain is escaping me here. Tech actually fell, so that was something that's quite important. Sac State Green working without one of their primary damage dealers, and that one's going to be rough. So you can see the full rotate coming out here. You, Ottawa Garnet, are not taking any chances, and I love this, right? Most teams, I think, would still be trying to take it a little bit slow, right? Deciding, hey, let's go ahead and maybe still try and pressure A. We got some kills there. No. This is you, Ottawa Garnet, just saying, yeah, let's go ahead and go B. We know where they are. Just hard rush it. There's not a single bit of hesitation whenever they make these calls, and I think that's another thing. It allows for the pacing to continue at kind of this rapid-fire moment, and it's worked in their favor consistently. So Sac State Green not feeling confident here. They taking a little bit of a slow peak, and Ottawa Garnet might have the perfect flank. Two members locked in and about. That'll be the fake fuse coming in. The orbital strike to slow them down even longer. I love this play so far from you, Ottawa Garnet, but Sac State Green gonna try and give it their best play. No, they cannot. Jeremy with a headshot onto the spike diffuser now has completely locked Sac State Green off, and Mitchell will go ahead and watch as two members do fall. You, Ottawa Garnet, to the spike explosion. It still feels bad. 8-1 is the current round score.
Hey, if you're going down to the spike, that's better than going down to the enemy player. I'd rather take that self-destruction any day of the week because you're getting the round dub. And even before, in the previous match, during the timeout, we was talking about, the 6-game deficit. That's pretty intense. And now, just through that last round now, of course, they have the 7-game deficit as well. But also, I guess it's good on Mitchell by opting out to kind of just get away from the blast. They're saving a little bit of econ to get to save their weapon. So, ultimately, it's probably the better decision just to get out of dodge and avoid the danger, so that way you could come back stronger next round.
Always looking to kind of do better than the last time around. However, Rar is just finding these kills left, right, and center. Jeremy does the same on Tech, and you, Ottawa Garnet, are not coming to mess around right now. They are flying through some of these kills. At this point, it's looking like an 11-1 first half, and maybe I just jinxed it, but this is a very strong showing from the 9-0 squad in the regular season. Quite upset that they weren't able to place first. They fell to West Virginia once again in the grand finals of those playoffs. They want to be able to show here in Nationals they have what it takes, right? 3 agents now suppressed, though, as Sac State Green are going to try and mess with them as much as possible. It'll be a blind catch of one, but Jeremy finishes it off. It's down to a 2v4, make it a 1v4. APL absolutely cruising, and Jeremy sacrificing their life to take out Darian.
And then not to mention, Jeremy also was able to get a 3-piece that round as well. So not only did they go down taking down, the last remaining survivor from SAC, but they also had 2 other kills even before that. So again, Jeremy being a really big fragger, even though that they aren't necessarily a duelist or even, a heavy fragging character, using Brimstone, but still they are putting up the numbers. We're talking 13 kills, 4 deaths, and 9 assists. Not only are they getting the kills, but they are contributing to their team kills as well. That is a well-rounded start coming from you, Ottawa Garnet and Jeremy.
This is just out of this world play so far. APL finding first blood. APL finds a double, taking a page out of textbook. A nice turnaround though. Hoozy and Blade though able to lay down the suppressive fire. Just like that, the round is over. You, Ottawa Garnet, 3 rounds off of taking this map, 1 from having a nigh perfect half. Just that singular round, that 5th round in this half, was the one blemish on their amazing record so far. And it feels like Sac State Green buying out here, a little bit of a rough purchase setup. Nav the Jet, of course, is hoping to pick up a little bit extra, is gonna run with that small Spectre. This hurts right now. This hurts right now, Atsoka.
Oh, absolutely. And don't worry, I almost said Nav the Jet like 13 times and then I have to remind myself there are no Jets in this matchup right now. So don't worry, it's all good as we get ready to head, of course, into this round number 12. And there it is, APL getting that first elimination with the Tour de Force. I always get excited when the Tour de Force comes out. Doesn't matter who pops it, I just love to see it.
I love it as well because it roars and kicks like crazy. It's leading you, Ottawa Garnet, to what feels like a perfect set in this round. Once again, Jeremy with that plant. Now the Jet up top. He's going to have to hold out again. Crimson is down. They are on the hunt now. It's a nice swing. Now the Jet able to pad the KDA just a little bit more. You're going to have to take down so many. That's two. That's two. That's good. Now you're going to look for a little bit more, a little bit of a jump from the peak. And that's going to be 3. Now the Jet saying, hey, if you're going to walk into my bullets, I might as well take a few. 2 more to go, and now with the Vandal in hand is going to try and take the peak angles, but this time APL is ready for it. That will be the finisher in the half. 11-1 is the score. You, Ottawa Garnet, only need to win the pistol and extra right afterwards. The anti-eco would set them in the victory room. For Sac State Green, they gotta win this opening round.
I just got to give it to Nav the Jet just in that last round. If you're going to go down, if you're going to take your L, that's how you do it. Like, was literally popping off with the Tour de Force, taking bodies along for the ride, and did not go down without at least dealing a little bit of damage to you, Ottawa Garnet, but still, they were not able to secure the win in that previous round, so we are looking at a 10-game deficit between you, Ottawa, and SAC as we get ready to get this pistol round underway.
In we go. This is going to be the single attempt here. Sac State Green, got to pull something out here. Starting with the Trailblazer is always a nice little touch, but how much information can you truly get? You saw 2 there on B. You know, to the left-hand side, and you're going to jump in, but you get blinded on your own. Rar is going to mow down 2. APL takes the 3rd. Mitchell is going to find 2 on the back end, but it's still a 3v2 Sac State Green. It's not a time that they want to be around here. They're going to try and chase back, but guess who's ready? Guess who's waiting? It's Jeremy with the pistol in through the teleporter to go. But guess who wants to follow? Mitchell on 4 HP and a dream. Hoozy with the full clip and then some. This is going to hurt, Mitchell. I'm sorry, but your death is written up there. The classic to cry out here. It is match point or game point here. For you, Ottawa Garnet, just 13 rounds into this game.
And you know, I would like to say I'm surprised, but I'm really not. Only because I've seen you, Ottawa Garnet, play before, and of course it was against WVU. And the thing about it is that you, Ottawa Garnet, is a really offensive-heavy team. When they strike hard and they strike quick. And they like to group up, they like to stick together, and when they go full force, they bring everyone with them. So they are constantly bringing as much pressure as they possibly can, even on defense. Well, as soon as they get recognition, as soon as they get the intel of where the enemy team is, it's a full dive. They waste no time, and they are a very vicious team. And the thing with WVU is that they were able to punish that, and they were able to react and adapt. And unfortunately for SAC, we have not really seen that come through for their team. So again, it's just you, Ottawa's Garnet's unrelenting offense that is just coming through in a major way, as finally we see SAC start to answer back here in round number 14.
Yeah, that was a nice little purchase. It was their backs against the wall, and honestly, they bared their fangs. So, in a round that you, Ottawa Garnet, were slated to have the anti-eco, Sac State Green put all the chips in there, bought out, and they did what they had to, right? They laid it all on the line, and they were granted a second chance here. You can see the Phantom in the hands of Mitchell, and 3 Spectres, I do believe, and they're going to go ahead and pick up the Guardian on the back end. So at least they have a couple of rifles. You, Ottawa Garnet, are, of course, going to run that eco and say, okay, you know what? We just need 1. That's all we really need. We don't need to go crazy here. Let's go ahead, save up our econ, and make sure to win out the next gun round. Next State Green, though. We want to try and win this one with as many people left as possible. And because of that, nice util usage has allowed them to pick up first blood. Jeremy is down.
That was actually interesting, seeing Jeremy just literally hide inside of the smoke, really, you know, again, just waiting for someone to come through and just punish. But now we see the punish coming through from SAC as Darian able to get another elimination here. But of course, almost to be expected. If you win the pistol round, it's nearly certain that you're going to be winning the round to follow up because you will have the econ advantage and you will, of course, have the weapons advantage as well. As we see Blade only toting again the pistol. They have no choice really but to save and take their L in good graces here, as it looks like SAC will be coming away with the win, but Rar once again doing all types of work with that Marshall. Oh my.
That flick and a half right there. 3 kills in a row that Rar should not have gotten. I feel that was a hard flick onto Hoozy, who was in mid-bounce, by the way. That's how crazy it was. Insane shots, but of course, you don't get the round itself. You just get a nice little highlight reel. You Ottawa Garnet, though, holding steady. They understand what their goal is here. Their goal, shut down Sac State Green. Sac State Green, Tech, you better buy up. That's the appropriate response. You upgrade your Spectre into a major rifle. Now Sac State Green are facing the music, right? If they can win this one, they buy themselves a bit more breathing room. But you Ottawa Garnet, if they win this one, they move on to map number 2. They move on to Fracture in high spirits with a solid first game score. And Jeremy is deciding to play a little bit more forward. Now the Jad is going to find one before falling. Headshots all around so far.
Yeah, just an early one-on-one trade here as we see Darian trying to make their way through the hookah lounge, and it will be you Ottawa Garnet and their Sova trying to make it a little bit more difficult as Darian is literally tiptoeing through the hallway, trying not to pull too much aggro. As we see now Mitchell going to be throwing up the flashbang, trying to get this one up and over the lane perfectly, but is just going to hold on to that util.
Sac State Green, after that first loss of a member, they don't want to chance anything just yet. In a 4v4, it's kind of dangerous, and they don't really have any information. So Seekers are out and they're swarming. Because of that, APL was able to nail down one. The Seekers are still swarming across and catching one in the back end of that defensive site. The defender spawn is going to give them some information, but now the Seekers back are going to call even more gunfire straight through the smoke, and it's surprising you Ottawa Garnet tried to rush through afterwards. That means they do lose out on one. This is going to be the suppression coming in here. The KO no command says get down on your knees. Howzy, though, says no thank you. A brutal 2K. Looking for one more. Where is a single player left? Around the corner they go, and you look the wrong way. Tech able to clinch things out. Sac State Green keep their hopes alive. 4 rounds right there. 3 in a row here in the second half.
Yeah, this is starting to get a little bit nerve-wracking. Don't get me wrong. It is a big mountain to climb. You're still talking an 8-game deficit, but with that being said, they are slowly but steadily making that climb, and that's what we are seeing from you, Ottawa Garnet, just trying to snuff out the little last bit of hope coming from SAC, but they are making it oh so difficult as they have been able to win 3 unanswered games here in the second half, and it's going to be interesting to see if they can keep that momentum alive as APL is going to have to teleport away to get out of Dodge.
I mean, with this hard flank here, this is kind of crazy to watch here. Sac State Green know that they have the weapon advantage, and they find APL in the back line, but look at this hard swing from the other 3 members. They are chasing in. You Ottawa Garnet are running from the backside. They're going to try and make this pinch happen. Uzi, of course, is also trying to lay in a little bit of a play. Multiple shots go out, though. Rar able to find Tech. Crimson is going to find Jeremy. Trailblazer is going to cut off one line of sight. But look at these shots. It is phenomenal. It's down to 1 player. Rar is the last one alive. You picked up a Vandal, but it's a 1v3. A little bit of a dangerous spot to be in.
Absolutely, but if anybody can pull it off, Rar can. Already trying to get those blinds, not being able to connect, but that will just about do it, as it will be Nav the Jat to get the last kill on Rar and give their team yet another win, bringing them ever so closer to that 12-point line there. Still 7 games separating them from you Ottawa Garnet.
This feels like Sac State Green saying we will not go quietly into the night. But again, it's only 1 round, right? Sac State Green had to play this perfectly, and we know what that op in APL's hands can do. We know what an op can bring to the table. It can bring a round-changing kill, and just like that, APL steals away first blood. Huge kill to break things open, and Sac State Green have to be worried. Before, it was a 1-for-1 trade pretty much across the board, and people kind of falling like flies allowed Sac State Green to get these smaller fights. With that kill, Ottawa Garnet has shut down one of these avenues for success. The Sac State Green are now kind of floundering around this mid, saying, okay, we only got one way to go. Can we make this happen?
Oh, and I just love that early exchange too. APL getting that first initial kill on the chamber coming from SAC, and then Mitchell slowly started to back away. They did not want any business doing with that op in the hands of APL. So now it's pretty much a standoff right now as we see Hoozy over here in the showers and still going to be keeping a close eye on the A side as we see Darian, of course, still eyeing the A side as well. And that's where it looks like the main push is going to be close towards that mid, heading towards A, but they know there is a lot of pressures here as we see the orbital strike and the Hunter's ult come through. Hunter's Fury's trying to get a few eliminations as Crimson will get the elimination on Hoozy, and APL coming through with the tour de force now to get the elimination on Crimson.
Tech hoping to pull off some monstrous plays here, but you got baited in the U-Haul, and that'll be the finisher. Ottawa Garnet finish this match off with a 13-5 score. It looked a little bit dicey. Sac State Green looked like they were going to have a miraculous run back. But it will not happen. That'll be Ottawa Garnet finishing things off in map number 1. And look at map number 2 here. This one's going to be very, very interesting. Again, map pick for Sac State Green. But of course, it is that crazy, crazy map Fracture. So many people still trying to figure it out.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely one of those people. I gotta tell you, and I'll be completely honest, I do not have the highest IQ in the classroom. I'm sorry, but when it comes to Fracture, it literally breaks my brain. And it's so funny because even though I don't win a lot on Fracture, I do get a good amount of kills. I don't know why. I think it's maybe because it's a lot, not necessarily a bigger map, but there's a lot more mobility if you're on the defensive side because you have that midway, that mid line there where you can just literally go back and forth. You have the zip lines where you can move from one end of the map to the other. So to me, there's a lot of mobility being thrown around. There's a lot of crossfire, and of course, that usually ends in a lot of eliminations. But that's just my take on it. And with that being said, going into this one, I really don't know who will have the advantage here. Clearly, Ottawa Garnet has a good bit of momentum to work with. They have a lot of morale going in their favor heading into this next matchup, but at the same time, we're going into SAC's map pick, so there's that advantage as well.
Maybe they have some secret strat that they're willing to pull out here. Maybe the Fade's going to come in with some new interesting agents. Of course, only time will tell. Let's go ahead. Just head to a very, very short break before we get back and underway with the NECC Valorant Nationals, day number 2. Don't go anywhere.
Shut up and sit down. Romantic, isn't it? Shut up and sit down.
And welcome back, everyone. We are ready to go for game number 2 here on our opening series here with the NECC. It's been phenomenal to watch you, Ottawa Garnet, go ahead and have a phenomenal time here in this series, taking the first game 13-5 on their map pick, I will admit. But on the flip, we are taking a look at Fracture with Sac State Green's map selection. We'll see if they can pull something else out here.
Yeah, and that's what I'm going to be looking for because we want to see something coming from SAC. Unfortunately, they were a little bit lackluster there in round number 1, but with that being said, as you had already mentioned, it was you Ottawa's pick, so that advantage really could have played a hand in that last matchup, even though it was a pretty devastating deficit. I think going into this one, we're going into SAC's home turf. We may be able to see a little bit closer of a scoreline.
We would hope so, and of course, for the side of Sac State Green, they do not want to lose here either. For a squad that is hopefully bringing together some cheeky moments, this might be the step in the right direction, right? It could take just a single game to swing things right back in their favor. Only time will tell, though. So, taking a look here, we are taking a look at the agents being selected for the side of you, Ottawa. You can go ahead and see that breach once again. Even seeing a brimstone, which would be quite surprising. But on the attacker, you were talking about it at Soka. You were saying that this might be the chance to see it. Now the jet is hovering ever so slightly over that singular agent.
Oh, absolutely, and my favorite, Cypher. This honestly would be a good map for Cypher just because there's a lot of intel to be had. There's a lot of ground to cover, and Cypher can get all that intel pretty quickly. But with that being said, I love seeing the Vipers coming out. On the side of the attacking side, of course, we got Tech, and on the defending side, we have Jeremy. It's interesting to see how those two think so much alike. They play alike, and they pick the same characters as well. Previously, they were both Brimstone. Now they are running the Viper. And again, Viper, also one of my favorite picks as well.
It's going to be a huge challenge, I think, and it'll be very, very fun to watch, right? This is something that I'm very, very curious about is how do teams perform under pressure here? And for Sac State Green, this is the big challenge, right? This is a map that they have selected, and they are saying that we know this one well enough to play it out. At the same time, you have to understand you're fighting for your life here. So a lot to keep in mind, and keep in mind for these two. Both these squads, they are trying to play their hearts out here. Ottawa Garnet, keep in mind, fell to Northwood in their second match of the group stage. Taking a look here, it will be as well the one step. So it has been confirmed that one of these teams will be fully eliminated here. If they lose here, they will not make it to the bracket stage. It's their one and last chance to make it to that bracket.
Well, let's see how things will begin here as we see SAC. And now we go over to Blade, going to be holding it up top, but now they all know where they are. Of course, we're going to be around that A site, trying to make their way through the automatic doors, and there it is. Here comes the push, as they are able to get one kill with the Headhunter, but not before they get dealt with by Crimson. And now Housie as well, or Hoosie, going to be getting the elimination on Crimson as Nav the Jet falls to Jeremy, and that will be a first round win for Ottawa Garnet.
First round win, and they feel confident, right? That was a 2-2-1, APL and Jeremy going ahead and keeping that one flush with the previous game as well. It seems that their momentum is not stopping at all right now, even at the opening, right? Sac State Green tried to do a little bit of a fast push, tried to pull a Ottawa Garnet, and it really worked there. So you can see it here. It's going to be a very, very deep spread from all of the members of Ottawa. One holding up in mid, but then they immediately turn around to that B site. 3 on B. One kind of hanging out on the side, but Hoosie says, I want some extra kills, takes 2, and walks away like it was nothing.
Yeah, and and this is pretty much just a gimme. Again, once you win that pistol round, it's pretty much more than solidified that you're going to pick up the second unless you see some exquisite gun game coming from the opposition. But SAC right now just getting out-fragged here as, of course, the eliminations are falling in the favor of Ottawa Garnet as Blade is going to be looking through that Viper wall trying to see if they can find anything to go off of. And there you have it, Blade getting the elimination on Crimson and finally getting the elimination on Darien, getting yet another win here for Ottawa.
And there's something to be said about really good gunplay here, right? I understand, Valorant, one of the main attractions is, of course, the utility, right? The abilities that come out, the unique characters, the unique agents that you get to play at, but at the heart and core of it, it is an FPS, right? And there is something to be said about players that are just playing at that peak performance, right? It was recently announced, I want to say, about a month to 2 months ago, that AIM Labs was now the official training tool of the Valorant scene. So it's like, there are some players that take that to heart a little bit more than others, right? And it feels like Ottawa Garnet, right before they got into this match, they channeled their anger of losing 0-2 to Northwood and said, all right, go put about 4 hours of AIM Labs in, click on those heads at the appropriate times, and we'll come out on top, right? Because at the baseline, if you hit someone's head a few times with the right weapon, they're going to go ahead and lose their life here in the Valorant matchup. And on Fracture, they're showing it off once again. 2-0 right now. Sac State Green with weapons hot. And it still feels like Ottawa Garnet have a potential advantage over them.
Yeah, absolutely. And it goes to what you were saying, being able to use what is available to you to increase your skill. You can definitely tell just by the fundamentals on how these teams operate, on who's been running their practices, who's been hitting the drills, and who has been hitting those labs. So again, it's all about that gun game, as we can see SAC answering back in a major way, showing that they have been doing a little bit of practice themselves, but Mitchell especially getting 4 kills in that last round.
One shy of an ace. And Mitchell is quite upset about that fact. Said, why did you not give me my ace? Could have had a highlight reel, but it was the expected outcome as well, right? Maybe not that cleanly, though. Ottawa Garnet get absolutely no kills, I believe, that round. Or they got one. Very sorry. They got one extra kill, and Ottawa Garnet just going to be happy with the guns that they do have. Hoosie is going to try and run with a little bit of light armor. This is going to be the challenge. Sac State Green, where do you run from here? How do you play this one? You want to tie things up at 2-2, but you know what Ottawa Garnet can do. So You try and flank in hard on A, or are you going to try and peek around the other side? APL and Whoosy say you don't get a chance at all to decide. We will decide for you. Mitchell and Tech immediately eliminated from this round.
Yeah, it did not take very long either. Their positioning over at U Ottawa Garnet was nothing short of perfect. But with that being said, no, those positions are being read by SAC. As we can see, they are getting the eliminations. They managed to equal up the player power here. 3v3, all fair and all is squared, as Cypher will be holding on towards the spike. And you can see them over towards the B site. They can definitely get the plant off. But now you can see that they are going to be rotating back around to regroup with their teammates and maybe make a push over at A.
This will be a little bit of a crazy test here. Again, U Ottawa Garnet, remember, even in game number 1, their defensive did not look great, but I'm interested to see if they can try and pull things back. So far, though, Saxay Green say, we've identified that you're not great on the defensive. We'll take the aggressive first, and we'll lay into you as hard as possible. This is going to be a nice little plant. Jeremy is going to try their best in the 2v3. It's a little bit difficult to jump right back in. The wall goes up, a little bit of a when Fang goes out. Look at that spray, 10 HP on Jeremy's life. That'll be a little bit of a hit. That is going to be a paint shell straight at the feet of Jeremy, and Rar says, all right, I've done what I can. Don't think I'm going to get any more out. This little swing sees the shoulder, but the jitterbugs are working. Rar is going to spin out of the way of the bullets just in time, and now the Jet is going to try and wait out that timer as much as possible. You can hear the footsteps coming in. That's going to be half, but it's not enough. Now the Jet will go ahead and claim that round, puts it at a 2-2, and puts you Ottawa Garnet back down into the eco.
And then there you have it. You know, we're seeing the Cypher really start to show out on this map. You know, they're getting those last-second intel, even though that was extremely close. Don't get me wrong. If Rar had been able to pull that one off, that would have been nothing short of savagery. That was absolutely spectacular play coming from Rar, but it was the last-second kind of really raced against the clock that Nav the Jet had the advantage of. Really just had to wait for them to go for the defuse and then follow it up with, you know, an unsuspecting kill, and that's what happened. So again, we see SAC really stepping things up here in this map, but look at that as Nav the Jet is able to outsnipe APL.
What an opener. I love to see it. And of course, we understand this is an eco, right? This is the eco coming out here. It's a little bit more difficult to do what you're hoping to do, but maybe that frenzy does a little bit of work. Jeremy able to take one back and able to make it look somewhat competitive. Saxay Green say, okay, we lost one. Let's go ahead and back away. The Cosmic Divide being down makes it a bit more difficult for the rest of you Ottawa Garnet to get in on this fight. Angle currently being held is keeping things under check, and you Ottawa Garnet don't want to take a chance at all. Go ahead and flake in as 3. As Tech just says, get away from me. The Marshal cries your name. Blade is able to find one with that Sheriff, and if you're looking for a few more, 2v3, you'll want at least 1 or 2 more kills. Look at that backside. Whoosy finds a running away Nav the Jet. Flush out of that corner. Feels pretty good to get those kills. Darian says this round is still very much ours, and you can't get that spray transfer. Crimson able to keep the round 3-2, but a very heavy cost paid. You Ottawa Garnet were able to take 4 members' lives. And Saxay Green have a decent bit of money to work with, but not as much as they were hoping.
Yeah, even still, I'm just pleased to see SAC really trying to answer back against you Ottawa Garnet. This is, again, one of the only times that we've seen a lead show up on the scoreboard in favor of SAC. So I'm all here for it. I like the answer back, the clap back. It could very well be comeback season, as again, we see you Ottawa Garnet in an unfamiliar position. They are down in the deficit. This time it's going to be up to them to try and make the comeback, as Rar is going to get not 1 but 2 headshots back to back as the final elimination, not just here yet, but Tech will get the elimination on Whoosy, and now Tech popping off as well, getting 3 eliminations, now making it a final 2v2 standoff.
What a powerful play back. Tech has honestly been one of the members of Sac State that I've always had my eyes on, even in game number 1, right? Was popping off with some of those doubles and triples and has had a phenomenal time, and I'm very, very curious if this will continue. This is a trend upwards for Tech throughout the series. This could be something that they could bank on in game number 3 if they can make it there. Right now, in a 1v2 and still with that spike in hand. This one's going to be a dangerous trek across that opening. You're trying to look for it, and that'll be the poison wall going down. Do you peek through? Yes, you do. Jeremy says you can't get much further. You Ottawa Garnet able to stuff down that continuous pressure. Are able to stop the run of rounds to 3.
And honestly, that was a huge win for you, Ottawa Garnet, because we could see SAC starting to get some more momentum. And that's what happens when you give up 3 unanswered wins. And that's exactly what happened for SAC. They were building a whole lot of momentum. They were really riding the wave, but you, Ottawa Garnet, was able to stop the bleeding as they were able to answer back and tie us back up at 3. But still, we are all fair and square at 3 apiece. Still, anybody's match so far. Still plenty of Valorant left to go.
Always plenty of time, but APL was able to find 1, but look at that showstopper, brought 2 back. And honestly, the showstoppers from the raises from both these squads has been phenomenal whenever it is run. Mitchell able to find Rar's life, but Blade able to fire right back. Powerful shots, ends in a double kill. Blade says, come on, get me a little bit of help here. I want a bit more. Jeremy is going to try and spray down, takes a 1-for-1. Blade, with 30 HP, is going to try and use that Rolling Thunder. Can you find someone's life? Tech up in the back corner. You know what Tech can do, and you don't want to give them the benefit of the doubt. Tech with the telekinesis is once again going to hover that gun. All the poison is out. You're going to take this chance. Blade taking that 1 HP difference. The decay may not give it to you. Do you swing right? Do you swing at the proper time? They pass right by each other. And remember, Tech is trying to get that spike down. You still have to plant it, and it's all going to be heard. So Tech decides to back off. Are you kidding me? Blade made the right move, but Tech called it out and said, I can't plant here. Oh, Blade losing out right there is now going to have to walk their way all the way over to A.
And that's why the Viper's Pit is so insanely clutch. Like, we literally just saw it because you're thinking over on the side of you, Ottawa, Blade definitely had the drop on that Viper from SAC, but it didn't come through. That Viper's Pit basically had the both of them feeling around in the dark, trying to find each other, and they didn't. And now there comes the getaway from Tech, who is able to take the advantage back and get the elimination on Blade and get the round dub in favor of SAC State Green.
Quite honestly, if Tech had not had that inkling of a feeling, if Tech had not felt like something was off here, that would have been Blade taking it, right? 100%. That's what I'm going to say here. It would have been Blade taking that round just because you pulled a sneaky move. It was so good. I have to give credit. You, Ottawa, that was such a good move. But Tech was able to sniff it out. Like, what a sixth sense right there. So well played, so well done. You, Ottawa Garnet, unfortunately, are going to be stuck still behind. But, I mean, this is still a good score. 3-4 is one that you can easily come back from. So, I'm going to keep moving forward again. Deep spread. You, Ottawa Garnet, are trying to keep themselves moving around. It's always a fast rotation on this map of Fracture. Sac State Green taking things slow, trying to clear all their corners appropriately without losing a single member.
Yeah, I gotta say, again, this is probably one of the many reasons I don't like Fracture, but it's a hard map to defend. You're constantly having to go back and forth between the A and B site, and you have so many corners and turns that an enemy can just be hiding behind at all times, as we see Mitchell now using their ult, trying to get a little bit of intel, seeing where everybody is, getting a lay of the land, which honestly is going to come in insanely huge here on Fracture, as we could see the full push coming from you, Ottawa Garnet, pushing their way over to the A site. But you can already see SAC Green has their eyes on B.
They're going to go ahead and say, you know what? The constant rotations are going to give us the field advantage. And I think that's the appropriate thing to call, right? At this point, it's kind of been known that Fracture is a constantly revolving game, right? It is the map that consistently forces you to move every time you want to make a play. And it does not allow you to kind of sit in one place for a very long time. At this point, Sac State are using that to their advantage, consistently rotating, deciding, hey, we want to take a move here, we want to keep rotating. As soon as they understand that they are being challenged at a single site, they'll flip their attention to another. That has given them this type of favor where they're currently sitting with so many kills, haven't dropped a single member, and that'll be a flawless for them there. 5-3 is the game score. as you Ottawa Garnet fall to a 2-round deficit.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, SAC, they did have the advantage. They had the econ, they had the weaponry, they had the equipment, and now it looks like finally that U Ottawa Garnet will be able to get a full round bye, even though we see over there for Hoozy not being able to, of course, get the level 2 shield, is going to have to just stick with the level 1, but still, this is going to be one of the better rounds for U Ottawa Garnet to try and make a comeback, but you gotta admit the pressure coming from SAC is tremendous. They are really making U Ottawa sweat this time around, and honestly, it's a nice little change of pace as we see the first elimination for Hoozy to get that first knock and get the early advantage in favor of U Ottawa, only for Tech to get the elimination on Hoozy. A couple of trades coming out, and here comes some more as Rar is able to get the 2-piece, and now only 2 survivors remain for SAC.
We don't call that a 2-piece at Soka. That was not a 2-piece. That was a kill and an accidental. That's what that was. There was no way you were aiming for that second head. There was no way at all. You were aiming at someone on the rope. What a stroke right there. Phenomenal stuff there from U Ottawa Garnet. Now taking a look here, APL is going to finish off Crimson, and it's looking like one more. APL is going to finish it off with 2. And move to 4 and 5. This is looking good. And again, U Ottawa Garnet, their defensive sides so far have not looked great. But if they're able to string together a 6-6 half, or even now if they can take the next 3 and put it at 7-5, I am terrified for what their attacking side will look like, what their aggressive onslaught will bring to the table.
And you know, this is something we talked about already. U Ottawa Garnet is an offensive heavy team. So the majority of their points is going to be coming from spike plants and, of course, their aggressive heavy offense. So it's no surprise to me that we're seeing U Ottawa Garnet really fall to the offense coming from SAC. Also, this being SAC's map pick, we're seeing a lot more success on their side. And this is all stuff that we had talked about previously. And it's just interesting to see it really come alive right in front of our faces as we, again, are just seeing how well these teams can play on a different map when the change comes through, and SAC, regardless of the outcome, have stepped up their game in such a major way.
They really have. Now taking a look here, Darian is going to find one on the Jeremy. Really nice flick there. And a hard chase into this B side means it's going to be an all-out gunfight. It is lending itself to Sac State Green, though, having a massive lead. That's going to put it to a 3v1 here. Uzi. I mean, you got to take a peek one way or another, and you can't look at every angle at once. Tech is going to find Hoozy, and that will be the finisher. 6-4 is the score with 2 more rounds here in the half.
Yeah, and I got to say, Tech is absolutely popping off right now. 12 kills, 6 deaths, 1 assist on the board. Definitely the main fragger for their side, and using the Viper. Really putting that character to good use here on Fracture. And then, of course, on the other side, you know, we see Rar up there leading their way with 9 kills, 7 deaths with the Brimstone. And not only that, but, you know, it's another thing that I'm noticing as we're going through the scoreboard here. We have 3 ults ready to go as we head into this round number 11.
As you were saying, 3 ultimates apiece here, and I mean, if they want to utilize it, it'd be a 1-2 or a 2-1. Both could bring about some decent prep. And you can see here already dropping that Viper's Pit. U Ottawa Garnet trying to section out that A site. I'm always in the preference that you don't want to drop it early. You want to wait till you get a bit more information about where the opponent's going. But I understand that it's used to deter action instead of obviously waiting till the last moment and then having to fight inside of it where you lose that advantage sometimes. So dropping it early does force a lot of members over back towards this B site. Be very, very quiet. Hoozy with that Sheriff wants to get something, but Crimson peeks it properly. It'll be Hoozy down in a 4v5 here on B.
Yeah, you would think after they dropped that Viper's Pit that they would kind of know that the rotation was coming through towards B. So I'm kind of intrigued on why they didn't rotate a little bit sooner. And even still, you could see on the other side, you know, we could see Viper still lingering around the A site, knowing full well that bodies are hitting the floor on the side of B. But it's all in favor of U Ottawa. And finally, APL gets knocked as well as Rar. And we have ourselves a good old-fashioned 3v3.
And honestly, that flush out with some of those ultis were so important, but Sac State Green are going to play inside of this site very, very appropriately with one outside. Now that Jat is able to find it with that operator, yeah, you're down to 13 HP, but that's enough to pull the trigger. Tech is going to find Blade, and it's down to a 1v3. APL was the only one left alive, but the Poison was able to finish it. That one just feels kind of bad. Sac State Green push ahead to 7. Look for an 8-4. If they do end on an 8-4, that one's going to feel real good again. You Ottawa Garnet, though, they still have some tricks up their sleeves. However, it might not be in this round. You can see a little bit of a short change here. 2 SMGs, and then 1 Vandal. A little bit of a bargain bin by. Rough time all around.
Hey, sometimes you find the best things in the bargain bin. You never know what you're going to pull out. Maybe they pull out a dub. Who knows? Only time will tell as we get ready to head into the next round. And Darian going to be sending out the friendly little bot to get some intel going, trying to see if they can pick up anything here to work with. Darian now making the full push over towards that A site. But you have to beware of Whoozy there right behind those double doors. Is now Jeremy, of course, going to be trying to fall back just a little bit to try and seek a little bit of shelter as Crimson will get the elimination on Whoozy. And now Roar on Darian, and there's Jeremy getting in on the action as well as Blade will get the elimination on Nav the Jack. And there you have it. You Ottawa Garnet with that last elimination from Jeremy onto Mitchell will get the dub and put the spread at 7-5.
Very, very quick way to just close out that round, and it feels good to end the first half on a round win. You keep it close as well. This is 2, right? And with 5 rounds under your belt, this is very easily doable at this point. We know what you Ottawa Garnet can do on the aggressive, and I have no doubt in my mind that they'll do the same here. This is something that I'm very, very curious about, because this can lead up straight into the bracket stage, right? This can very much lead into the fact that these squads are going to be really hammered home. And Sac State Green, you have a significant amount of rounds. This is much more than you had previously in game number 1, so you are hoping to carry this over. You are hoping that 7 rounds is enough to kind of carry you into that game 2 victory. If it can't, then you are out. The Nationals are over for you. You do not want it to end right now. Jeremy, though, able to sprint around, get 1. Tech is able to fire right back. This should be the spray down. Nav the Chat is going to fall down here and get into a gun duel, but Rar and the rest of them still spray another half a clip. Rar is finally able to win it out. 3v2 now. APL is going to fight Darian's life as they try and squeak through. Down to a 1v3. Mitchell, last one alive, and has to take out 3 members.
There was so much to unpack there. Did Raw really just pull off a 360 shot? Because that's what it looked like. Raw was jumping around and spinning, trying to dodge bullets, and still managed to come up with the kill. Could have swore they did a full 360, as Mitchell now able to come through to get the elimination on APL, but it reveals their location, and Whoozy is there to clean it up, bringing them back within 1 of equalizing SAC.
Powerhouse move right there. It gives the gun advantage over in this anti-eco, and Sac State Green, no reason to buy up. Highest that you're really going to watch is you Ottawa Garnet reach a 7-7. Then you'll have weapons in your hand, but it's a challenge. The last time you Ottawa Garnet were here, they ran up 4 rounds, I believe. It was a very, very nice set of 4 rounds, and it's a very, very scary thing to think about. Right now, though, guns are out. Whoozy is bouncing around currently in attacker spawn. Takes the zipline back as all 5 members converge onto the site. But you try and drive by, and it looks like they're going to get shot out of the sky here. On the rappel, you get taken out, and that's something that you did not want to have happen. You Ottawa Garnet are handed 1 kill.
Yeah, that was kind of a gutsy call, trying to go off the zipline and get the elimination, especially when you don't have the econ in your favor. You know, that was a little bit of pish posh poppycock poo diggery hogwash and just good old-fashioned skylark, and not sure what they were thinking of with that one. But with that being said, it's now tied 4v4 here, all spread equal until that elimination from Blade onto Tech will put them in the dirt to make it hurt, as now Darian will fall to the headhunter from APL, and now APL going on a killing spree, picking up yet another one, and the lone Mitchell there once again by themselves will pick up not 1 but 2 with the pistol, and will finally be put down by the bomb. But oh well, still a great round, you know, a great way to finish for SAC. They didn't get the win, but still, that was one heck of a way to go out.
What a way to do it. And now taking a look here, it's going to be the full upgrades as well from you, Ottawa Garnet. They are buying out here. For the third round, they're saying we don't want to take a single chance. We are going to try and battle it out to the best of our abilities. You see the hard buy from Barar's stance as well. Or maybe. What are you doing? All right. Settling on the sheriff said, all right, maybe not fully buy out. They're going to give it a chance, though. This is going to be 2 Vandals in their pockets. You, Ottawa Garnet, hoping to take another and steal away a march from Sac State Green. SAC, of course, rounding the boats a bit and saying we don't want to go down in the dumps. We don't want to fall behind once again. But Hoozy said you lose out on these gun rounds. That'll be a spray on the top side. 2 headshots and 2 kills. You, Ottawa Garnet, take 2 at the early stages and forces to a 3v5.
What can you say? Hoozy just be running a scandal with the Vandal, being able to constantly get those headers, get the elimination. Tech now getting the elimination on Hoozy. That is a big elimination, but so is the elimination from APL onto Crimson, and now Tech making their way around very sneakily, trying to go undetected and trying to pick up a couple of more eliminations, trying to equalize here as it will be you, Ottawa Garnet, to get the spike planted and still have that 4v2 player advantage.
The jiggles are working out appropriately, and you, Ottawa, still have to deal with Tech here, and finally Rar is able to find that one. Darian is going to find Blade. It's down to a 1v2, and split fights ended all. Rar is going to find Darian's life. It's an 8-7 with 3 in a row for you, Ottawa Garnet. They've done it again at Soka. They've done it again. They are now 5 rounds away from moving on into the bracket stage.
Well, you see, this is what I like here. This is interesting. We're seeing a real tug of war. For first, with the initial couple of matches, it was the lead in favor of you, Ottawa Garnet, and then SAC were able to answer with 3 unanswered wins, and then they were able to take the lead, and they were able to hold it for a little bit. But now in the second half, once again, the lead found itself on the side of you, Ottawa Garnet. So again, it's that classic tug of war. Only thing left is to see how SAC will react and adapt to see if they can take the lead back.
They're going to try and do their best. However, look at this shellacking that's being laid out. It does not stop Darian from finding that peeking headshot. Blade will be the first collateral damage here. That'll be a first blood. Their pockets of Sac State Green have a man advantage currently. Taking a look on the other sides, though, it's still a little bit of a flush into A. It's a hard challenge here as APL knows that someone's there, but the poison goes up. Because of that, you are in so much danger. I don't know if that was sneakily able to get underneath without being spotted, but it looks like they've done it. It's going to be a bounce. Jeremy able to sprint in, take out Darian's life, but Tech with the judge is going to be able to spray down Hoozy. Poison is now going to bite back as Rar is able to find Crimson's life through the head, and in comes that orbital strike, laying down a little bit of suppressive fire. 3v2 now at Sac State Green. Gonna have to try and do this retake. The problem is you're doing a retake against a Viper. You know how difficult that can be.
Oh, absolutely. And again, probably why Viper is one of my favorite picks. Gotta love the controller aspect that they bring to any match, but especially here on Fracture. This is where they thrive. Of course, they have their other matches where they thrive as well, but none like Fracture, as we already see the elimination coming from APL onto Mitchell. And now we find ourselves in the 3v1, and Nav the Jet, all by their lonesome, will finally be put down by Rar, and you, Ottawa Garnet, will now go up 9-7 against SAC.
You, Ottawa Garnet, they said, all right, we're done. After that, after being on the defense side, we're done. We're good. We're good to go. This is it. It's just them playing at a much faster pace and feeling more confident. You can see some of their snaps that they're having as well with some of these angles, right? They are on point. They are on fire. And if they're able to win this gun round, I mean, if they keep on this winning streak, Sac State Green, they have 2 more gun rounds, this one and another. The rest of them are all going to be ecos, and that one hurts to kind of think about. You need to play at the top of your game here in Sac State Green. You're going to try it. A nice little swing comes out, and Mitchell misses the shot. That was one that was lined up, and he shot at someone's feet. Hurts so much to lose out on that potential kill. Because of that, though, take a look at that mini-map. A site might get pushed here. You, Ottawa Garnet, realize that they have that opportunity. They are going to chase in straight through the smoke, and in goes that Viper's hit. It's going to be countered by Tex, but Roar finds a kill, so that defensive Viper's Pit is down. You Ottawa Garnet say thank you very much for that kill. Now the Jet is going to try and sprint in, but Jeremy said no thank you. Stopped at the doorway is you Ottawa Garnet. Go ahead and get that plant. Darian able to find Roar's life, but it's only one, and APL really able to get around and quickly make that a 1-for-1.
Yeah, and again, it just goes to show how monumental that Viper's Pit can be, especially when yours gets shut down. It feels bad, but now the momentum once again is the morale is really on the side of you Ottawa Garnet, as their Viper's Pit is still alive and well, and now Hoozy is able to get that elimination on Crimson, making it once again that 3v1 scenario. Unfortunate for SAC, as time only continues to tick away.
1v3, Mitchell trying to save that up as much as possible. Where's there someone chasing around on the back end? Blade might be able to spot something. Uh-oh, that's gonna be the shot. Mitchell says hello. Took a little snapshot of the face. That'll be at 10 though. We're the side of you Ottawa Garnet. 5 in a row here. They are feeling so confident, and now with the ultimates up, see if they can make any sort of work here. Darian gonna go ahead and carry that one over. Operator in hand is great, but it's a hero rifle for Mitchell. And you Ottawa Garnet are actually gonna run with the Judge, so Blade is gonna have a bit of fun with that close quarters combat sort of style.
It's going to be interesting to see. Don't get me wrong. I mean, the Judge and, shotguns of the alike can definitely come in clutch, but I'm just not that big of a fan of them. More of a fan of the sniper rifles myself, so I'm going to be keeping my eye, of course, on Darian coming through with the sniper shot, trying to use the operator to get that early peak elimination, but unfortunately will not be able to connect, as now they're going to have to try and retreat, but will be shot in the back by APL, who was able to sneak up from behind and get that elimination.
Eliminations are good, and looking for a few more. It's 3v3, so Sac State Green, they have one of the better opportunities to try and close this out. Will they be able to do it? Grimson is able to find APL. Really nice pick. And get a bit of information help right now. In it goes a little bit. The shot through the wall. Jeremy is going to get clipped down, same as Rar. It seems like Sac State Green, with the help of some very useful utility, are able to fire right back. They are keeping it within marginal few and bring it within 2. You Ottawa Garnet though do have money to spare, so they'll give it their best shot once again. This one's coming a little bit down to the wire.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I mean, you Ottawa Garnet has money to spare, but somebody spare some money for Blade. Blade, thank you. Somebody get the man a Vandal. Dude was looking all alone with that Judge. We saw, they tried to make the attempt with the Judge, but there really wasn't much doing there. Finally, they're able to get well equipped and may have have a chance at a good round here, as we can see the operator kill coming in early for Darian. We'll get the elimination on APL, and now here comes the push from you Ottawa. But also here comes the showstopper getting the trade, as Blade will get Darian, but Darian also gets Blade.
And Darian has done that so many times, same as Hoozy at this point, trading their life with some of those as showstoppers. It's been glorious to watch. It's been so much fun to watch all of these Rays players over and over again just have fantastic highlight moments. Right now, though, you didn't want to trade a 1-for-1 on either side. You wanted to keep your Rays alive. You want to Garnet. We're going to try and take this challenge. It is going to be a spray down. Jeremy is able to find one. Can Jeremy find another? Yes, you do. 8 HP. A little bit of clip to the shoulder. One more swing could do it, but Crimson able to find it through a wall. That will be Sac State Green going ahead and picking up a 9th after they pick up a weapon here. Crimson wanted a bit of a better gun, and that means you Ottawa Garnet, they are stopped. You can look at the econ that they currently have. They might have to go on that defensive. They might have to go into that eco. And if they do, that one's going to hurt quite a bit. No eco just yet. They still have just enough to buy out 3 gun rounds in a row. Feels really good. Sac State Green, they can feel a comeback mounting. They were in the lead for a majority share of the beginning of this game, and now they want it right back.
Absolutely. And this is what we were talking about. The comeback, the tug of war, the constant back and forth between these two teams. And now SAC is only one win away from equalizing and tying things up 10-10. But if I was on the side of you, Ottawa Garnett, I think I might have went for the save round, but they have the confidence in their offense to try and take the econ back as we see Hosey making their way up towards the top, but will get punished. But the trades also come through. Jeremy able to get the elimination on Mitchell as we can see the full push towards B coming through for you, Ottawa Garnett.
You Ottawa Garnet, they're saying we don't want to go down without a fight. They need to find Darian, though. Darian has been such a pain in their side and has continuously laid down these ridiculous off kills. Now down to a 3v2, they have this singular chance. All of them low enough to be taken out by a single shot, and they don't want to let it happen. Tech, also at full HP and full shielding, means that this take could easily work here. Dangers all around the corner, though. You do check once. Jeremy is going to pop around, and that'll be the finisher on this round. Puts them at 11. You Ottawa Garnet, they correctly play around the op and Vandal. And they're able to snatch away a round, and surprisingly so, even though Sac State Green were able to win 2 in a row, they're still stuck on that eco. You look at their weapons in hand, you look at their money, and it feels like they didn't win a single round this half. 9-11 is a score. You Ottawa Garnet 2 away from taking this game and moving through with the series victory.
Honestly, it does feel like you Ottawa Garnet is short in the monetary gains because when we're looking at their chamber, they only have the level 1 shield. And look at the headshots coming from Nav the Jet, using that Sheriff to its fullest potential, able to get 2 early eliminations on you Ottawa Garnet, and now kind of shifting the momentum back into SAC's favor.
You give it a big chance here. Sac State Green, they say, listen, we're not out of it yet, and if we can win this round, this will be a huge blow to U Ottawa. On the side of U Ottawa, though, they know that only 2 weapons should be in play. 2 heavy-hitting weapons, the only thing that are currently picked up, so if they get into a gun duel, they should have an opportunity to be able to win things out. But at this point, A-Site is going to be the hard play here. Back into a back corner, Blade is going to stick the spike, and now you have to defend it. That's going to be a swing, though. APL, you can see on the far side on B, was able to take one. Rar is able to find out the Jat. And you get a little bit more. Rar not going to be taken down by that pistol. And that means Tech is immediately sussed out. That'll be the sprint and kill. As you Ottawa Garnet immediately turned the tables. It went from a 3-5 to a 3-0 in less than 30 seconds. Rar able to find the orbital strike kill, one of those that you rarely get to see, but it feels so good to get.
And now it is match point in favor of you Ottawa Garnet. One more win and they will be moving on, and unfortunately SAC will not, but we could see the buys coming through. And already we once again see the operator in the hands of Darian. Like you said, Darian was a real pain in the side on the side of you Ottawa Garnet, and for good reason. They have been putting that operator to use. And honestly, if I was on the side of you Ottawa right now, that would be the first person I'd be looking out for. You do not want to give away too many head peeks because Darian will take advantage and they will put you in the dirt. With that being said, clearly, you Ottawa Garnet does have the advantage as far as econ, so even if they go down a round, it will not be the worst thing. They have the advantage in the numbers, series scoreline, as well as the econ. As already, we could see SAC really taking it to you Ottawa Garnet.
They absolutely are, and this play here with Viper's Pit is going to close off at least one of the avenues. It's going to mean that 2 members of this U Ottawa Garnet squad are going to have to try and sit on the same thing, and because of that, the spike holder is currently down. You can see Jeremy trying to walk through that poison and hopefully get away with the daylight robbery. Because of that, you can now regroup, but it's such a dangerous scenario to be in. You know you're getting pinched. It's going to be a juke in play. Jeremy getting a little bit of help, or a little bit of damage, actually. That'll be Crimson finishing that one off. 1v3 now as Susie is spotted out. All of the utility is going to go down. Susie will not be able to see for the next 3 seconds, and for sure enough, Crimson finishes it off. That's Utility Boulevard as you Ottawa Garnet lose that round, and Sac State Green 2 rounds away from tying things up and pushing to OT.
Yeah, well, this is it right here. But again, like we just said, you Ottawa Garnett had plenty of econ to fall back on. Although this is it. If they lose this round, it's going to be absolutely huge for SAC. They are going to be taking an insane advantage heading into the next round. So it's really going to be up to you, Ottawa Garnett, to end things and end them now. And with that being said, we're looking at how everybody is really developing out, and we could see that it was Hoozy who was only able to get the 400 shield, not being able to get the 1000. So again, they're going to be going into this with a little less armor than they should.
Only a little bit of flak off their chests, and hopefully they can find those kills, and then they don't have to worry about those problematic armor sets. Right now, though, Ottawa Garnet, you're dancing it. This is going to be a bounce up, and you find Mitchell trying to lay down some stars. What a catch right here for you, Ottawa Garnet. Right now, Darian still waiting, shoots above the head, and they get it. Rara's found Darian. Remember, that was the big up play. Oh, Darian shot right above the spike planter's head, and it feels so bad. Hoozy with the dropped up is going to take out Crimson. APL finds NavTech. Last one alive is going to get chased down here. Tech, 52 HP in a dream, gets a 3K. Are you going to turn it around here, Tech? Are you going to turn it on? Are you going to say hello to a turnabout win? 1 HP in the decaying poison. Not sure if you're going to like that one. It's going to be over. Hoozy with the picked up will finish off Sac State Green, and it'll be 2-0 to the 9-0 squad. You Ottawa Garnet move on to the bracket stage.
They absolutely do. And honestly, that unfortunate miss from Darian, I think, was a lot bigger than we thought it was. I think that might have been very well their turn of the tide. They were only a pixel off from hitting the headshot and stopping the plant coming from you, Ottawa. And then not only were they not able to pick up the kill, but they gave themselves away and also gave away the operator. Hoozy was able to take it and, of course, put it to good work, but still an oh-so-close effort coming from SAC. But the force and the offense coming from you, Ottawa, simply just could not be stopped.
I mean, straight from top to bottom, all the players had a hand on it. Usually, I feel, whenever you play in some of these scenarios, it tends to be one player that really steps up, right? One player pops off for whatever reason, has a great game, and is looking like a phenomenal player. At this stage, though, it was actually just the entire squad, right? This was the entirety of you, Ottawa, that decided to step up. Blade, Hoozy, Jeremy, Rar, APL, all 5 of these players basically said, cool. Well, we don't want to go out of the Nationals right now. We want to take a win. We're going to cruise through this. And they did. And Fracture, maybe you need to, work on it a little bit. Understandable, right? Overall, they look like a powerhouse team to play with. And I can't be more excited to see them try and face off in the bracket stage. So many great matches to be played there. That'll be happening, I think, later on today. We have one more match here today, though. That will be up between UH Premier University of Houston and UHM Varsity Black University of Hawaii at Manoa. Those two teams will be facing off in their second series of the day. That'll be it for me and Captain Atsoka. Thank you so much for tuning in. Stay tuned, though, for Neon Black and Binks. Those will be the next 2 casters. And NECC Valorant Nationals will continue in just a bit.
Shut up and sit down. Romantic, isn't it? Shut up and sit down. Shut up and sit down.
Romantic, isn't it?
Shut up and sit down. Shut up and sit down.
Romantic, isn't it?
Shut up and sit down.
Hey, what is going on, everybody, and welcome to the NECC Nationals. We got another matchup coming to you. This is going to be an absolute banger. We got some serious squads today, but before we jump into check out who's playing in the server, we got to talk about who's talking in the server. I'm Los, joined by my very new friend, Neon Black. Neon, what's going on today? How you feeling?
I'm doing pretty good, just getting excited for this game.
Absolutely, and we're going to get into the game pretty quickly as the teams are all ready to go, but first, let's check out the maps that we have lined up. It's going to be also the NJCU Gothic Knights going up against the Milwaukee School of Engineering. So, first map on the docket today is Bind, followed by Ascent and Breeze, if we need it.
Yeah, it's a pretty good selection of maps. I loved seeing a bind map one. It's such an interesting map to see teams play on because it tends to lean defender sided. So you see teams try and fight for an early advantage on that map. But it's an especially difficult map to execute on and an especially difficult map to retake on without good utility usage. So it's a great window to see how teams are going to be performing. And then we bring it to Ascent, which is just such a good classic Valorant map. Everything plays out almost as the Valorant devs intended, and Breeze will be an interesting one if we so need it.
Yeah, Breeze is a tough one. It's always a tough one for me in terms of taking those long-range engagements down mid, getting by pillar, going around there. But first, we got to talk about Bind. Like, as you said, I have to agree with you in the fact that doing retakes, executing in that like a counter attack is very difficult because you don't have many options when you're on the defender trying to get back into the site. You have just very small doorways to make an exit through, whether that's being through defensive CT or heaven if you want to get to A, or just either small doorways to make it back onto B. But the first lock-in that we got here for NJCU is going to be Greedy Vicus over with the Chamber. I mean, nothing surprising there.
Yeah, Chamber has just become such a popular Sentinel just because of the fact that you don't have to stress too much when you're on that, right? When you're on the KJ and when you're on the Cypher, you have to be a lot more proactive with your utility. You have to be you have to give a lot of attention to it. You have to play off of it much more carefully. Whereas with Chamber, it's not a set it and forget it gadget, but it basically acts like a little buddy on your backside that watches an angle that you just don't want to feel like watching at the time. So it lets the Chamber hold larger parts of the map during during times where you would prefer to be holding, for example, B site with 2 to 3 players. Then you can pop a Chamber on there with a Chamber trip, and you just have that comfort of mind knowing that you're not going to get walked up on and they're not just going to stroll onto site. But other than that, a little bit of deviation between the two squads, one preferring to bring the double duelist with the Jet Rays, with the other side opting to stick with the Rays solely, as well as a difference in controller. One side going to be bringing the Viper and the Omen, while another side sticking strictly to the Brimstone. Some big differences we'll see in those playstyles, but there is one thing that I'd like to mention is that there are going to be basically no flashbangs on that defending side. You basically have your Omen blind, and that is it, which will be a little tough to work with on attack.
Yeah, without a doubt, but where they're lacking in terms of flashes, I think they're going to come up big in terms of the blocking capability of their different smokes. Because we do have Peter on that Viper, but it's more of a sentinel position or placement than a controller, really, because that's all about blocking the sight lines of anyone trying to make their way into the site, while you will have that controller playstyle, have the blind to send it right down through a short to take on anyone who wants to make the attack through there. So I think this is a bold setup. I like it. I believe it can find success starting things off, but it's going to be an A hit based off of the positioning right here. NJCU, let's see what they've got.
Getting into the early round, Chowder trying to hold down Bathroom with his Jet, but already things are going to get a little awkward in that enclosed space. The nades start to fly. Cairo will open us up with the first kill on his 40, and that's going to be an early defending pick that they just need to hold on to man advantage, and they can continue to ride that in late. But Chowder's getting pressed significantly in Garage, going to need some help, but Serial's going to be able to get the refrag, and Justin with another to maintain man advantage now as Gothic Knights take it to the forefront. Spike not able to get planted. KX Star will find one, but immediately traded by Justin. Just one single defender left, trying to deny the plant. Not going to be easy from that heaven position, just a classic to work with. Not able to land the shots. Justin will clean it up. Peter falls. In the first round, we'll go to the NJCU Gothic Knights.
Solid start coming out from the Gothic Knights, and once they took control of default, they were not letting it go. We did have VV1 hanging out in the boxes right outside of Showers, but once that position was revealed, it was just too strong, or I guess too difficult for them to be able to hold on to it. With all that utility being sent out, the Guiding Light, the Roomba, all that expended the weapon or the bullets inside of Raze's gun. They had no time to react when the swing came through. Losing that pinch position was crucial, but now with the force guns on the docket, it'll be way more difficult for Peter to take a peek down long as they're the first one to fall, leaving VV1 all alone in long-range shots. They won't be able to get a kill, but they'll at least keep their lives.
Yeah, and already on this bonus round, the defense really just wants to try and remove weapons early on here. If they can group up and get some weapons off the board, that's going to be massive. But Greedy's able to find the second of the round onto Chowder, and already a huge man advantage built up by the Knights. They're really just going to have to convert that into a plant.
Have to. I mean, there's no way they don't. KX Star, that's the sound cue. They're noticed to be here, but I don't think Suerte, I don't think she realizes he's there, but she gets the kill anyway. Such a close opportunity for this to become a flawless round, which it might be, and it is seriously Serial. Closes things off. It's an eco-flawless. It's what we expected to happen, but there were some opportunities for the Milwaukee Raiders to pick up a few kills, but unfortunately they came up short. But now we've got weapons in hand. This should be a much better opportunity for them to just hold on to those angles. But also, I'm seeing now, Neon, that there's a bit of a fault in this strategy. If you lose out on Peter getting a peek on Long, if they die, you've got nothing to prevent a full-on push. No sight lines to be covered. I mean, of course, KX Star can send a smoke over, a dark cover that blocks some vision. But if you lose out on that Viper early, it's going to be big trouble for B.
Yeah, for sure, and I think that's what we saw last round was just an over-rotation because of that. They say, hey, we lose this long control, we have to realign ourselves, but already early on, Peter, again, taking some early gunfights, able to find the first one on this here with the refrag from Suerte. VB1's able to find the refrag onto that Brimstone, but still, man advantage held by the defense. VB1 will find the second of the round, so Healy will drop, and now it's going to be a 2v4 defense, already making it very clear that they're going to take this bonus round pretty much as easily as it should be. They've lost one gun so far, but that's not the end of the world, and Karu could clean up the rest of this one in just a second. A little bit of trigger discipline, and KX Star will be right there for the assist to make that a clean, easy bonus round for the Raiders.
Yeah, great positioning by Peter. Although they were only good for one kill, it was just that setup that slowed them down, got some more bullets into the bodies of the Gothic Knights, kept them slowed down, so they couldn't execute that full-on push. Not to mention, it was double smoked. You walk out from one smoke from KX Star into that blocking of the toxic screen from Peter. It's just way too difficult to gain some information. All the while, it was activated after we saw the Trailblazer from Justin. So that just becomes a hell of an issue to deal with rifles in hand. This time, an even matchup. So Heal, looking for the first shot. VV1 not going to challenge it, but there is information gained. Eru understands that around this corner, they've got a chamber to deal with, and before Green Vicus can teleport away, that's a perfect kill, and it denies the push onto B, and it fully realizes that this is going to be an A hit.
Nade comes out from VV1, but it's not enough. Serial with two pieces to enter in, and that's going to be man advantage swung in the favor of Gothic Knights. But this huge flank, A short, is going to be the problem. 3 players coming from this short position, and make that the entire squad, really, as all the site presence was wiped up on that entry from Serial. So they're going to have a full flank retake on site, but I really don't know how well this is going to go, because I think they have 100% information that this is going to be a full flank retake. They have a player in bathroom already. They have a good crossfire here on short. Justin going to be the line of contact here in bathroom. Flash goes out. It's going to blind both Chowder and KXR low, but KXR is actually able to find the kill into Justin. Suerte is going to find it onto Caro, and now it's all on KX Star. 2 HP in a dream. Not a whole lot looking to go in the favor of this poor Omen, but yeah, round will tick away, bomb will be expended, I suppose, and KX Star will save that rifle for the 5th round.
That's a feels bad moment, as Justin was in the best position to be in, both completely flashed, had no idea where Justin was going to be. Unfortunately, they swapped targets too early, didn't have that trigger discipline that we saw to not shoot, but sometimes you need the trigger discipline to keep shooting. The swap was a little bit too early, but regardless, it denied the push, got one of those kills, and it was a good rifle round coming out from the Gothic Knights, and it forces a bit of bad economy here for the Raiders. Again, rifles across the board for NJCU, so they can take these long-range fights. They do not need to press anything up, but taking a look at Showers, there's already 2 players who are making their way through.
Yeah, Showers and A short presence with a lurk over B long. Actually, this chamber lurk could find a lot over on the B site. Serial, though, going to be the one taking the early peek here in garage, looking for an entry, Not going to find anything yet, and they're not hard-pressed to force the issue. I believe they know that they are on a rifle, an anti-eco round, I should say. So they're really just nice and relaxed, taking their patient little time. They know that there's going to be a little bit of tomfoolery in corners, as we already see KX Star is actually kind of baiting in this one position, waiting for this peek to come out, but they're going to see the gun barrel and going to get cleaned up fairly quickly. 4v5 now. Won't be a retake yet, but Greedy is already on site, and I don't think they have any information on this. They don't. Karu's going to drop to Greedy, and already site has been taken over, and it is pretty much primed for a plant.
Okay, here's Chowder, though, able to secure a kill onto Serial. That's all they'll be good for. Leaving the last two players stuck in CT, the smoke goes down, or dissipates. VV1 still hasn't been able to cross, but there is pressure. Peter, they can get around, they can create a bit more chaos. It is Greedy Vicus on the other side. They've got the rendezvous at the ready. Here's the rifle pickup, but not enough to secure the double peak, especially with Suerte's help. She got that totally secured, and a fun little fact, the team, in terms of their notes before this happened, they said that Suerte is one of the best players they have on the squad, but since she competes within other teams, it's not often that she can work with the Gothic Knights squad, so I guess it's a little bit of a treat for NJCU fans to see her in the server.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, it's one of those things where when you have a talented player who also participates on other teams, which is something that we see quite frequently in collegiate, you know, Valorant and Siege and any other esport, it can be a little difficult for teams to get the proper amount of time to practice, but that's a huge ult early, and they're going to expend 2 ults just to confirm that they have this A short control, but that's a huge kill from Suerte, and make it a second as Chowder falls as well. That's going to be plenty of room to get the spike down, but Pieru could be in a good position to deny, only able to find one with the trade back from Sahil. And just like that, 4v2 retake situation in a huge man disadvantage. Crossfire being held. Greedy and Justin will be able to clean it up super easy. 5-1 in favor of Gothic Knights.
Yeah, nothing to do in response to that one. KX Star must have been caught completely with their pants down as they had no maneuverability to escape that orbital strike. Unfortunate to start the round. I mean, we did see the showstopper. Not exactly the perfect ult that we saw from Suerte, but it was enough to just clear some space. Even if you don't land a shot with the showstopper, just the sound cue, just the threat that Arrays poses when they have that ultimate is enough to send a team scattering, moving out of their positions, and is a zoning tool without even being used.
Huge pick early on from Greedy, and it looks like, yep, Greedy's going to be greedy for a second. Peter drops as well, make it a third. They tried to group up long to try and, you know, take this peak 3-on-1, but Greedy with the op, perfect on the angles, finds all 3, and that's going to be a very early man advantage.
Yeah, that is... that is a slaughter, and it's kind of what you would expect to happen when 3 players single file peek that operator. Unfortunate, but you know, it is another one of those eco rounds. Kind of just want to run it up. In some situations, teams just run it down in either short, mid, want to get this round over and done with so they can get into a position where their efforts can really make a difference. So we hope that KX Star should have been able to secure one last-ditch effort of a kill, but it will be a flawless here for the Gothic Knights, and there's no signs of them stopping. And they're having good usage of their ultimates as well, and it's a steady, healthy economy. They're getting back to it. Finally, Peru did pop out the blades, but you still have 4 extra on the side of Milwaukee, and I think they need to be a little more liberal with their usage of it. You know, you got the ultimates, you might as well send it out.
Yeah, and when you're struggling this much on defense on Bind, it's definitely time to start to take measures into your own hands. And I liked the idea of On and Eco trying to take more long presence, but the problem is when you're just, you know, grouping up with classics, you really have to try and either really force the issue and make things close quarters, potentially a dark cover down C long, B long, so they can actually take that space, or they've got to go somewhere where they can press the issue in close quarters. You just can't take those long gunfights with, you know, 3 classics. Even if you've got 3 of the best classic players out there, the op is just going to win 90% of the time. And already, huge ult coming in that's going to gain a lot of space, and Karo's going to be cleaned up by Serial. Chowder with a refrag. But the space, I think, is already starting to be gained in mass. Suerte on site, planting the bomb, 7 HP. So we'll be able to clean up Chowder with that shock dart, but KX Star is able to come in and get a refrag. 3v3 retake. This is doable from the Raiders if they're able to make some waves here on the retake. They do have a little bit of utility to work with. They have a couple of ults, but already Greedy again with the op is going massive V1 drops.
Suerte's got the information as well. Greedy waiting for the peak, and the peak is earned, leaving KX Star all alone. They were baited out by Suerte, kind of jiggling by U-Haul. Once that information was gained, they realized, well, everyone is going to be looking at this U-Haul entrance, so they got to back off. Unfortunately, as we discussed earlier in that agent selection, retakes are so difficult here on Bind, and we haven't seen much success from Milwaukee in terms of that. And this is a very difficult situation that we're finding the Raiders to put themselves in. We did have no usage of the ultimates. Again, you know, when you are working in this situation, you could have that Hunter's Fury to send it down A short. You know that they love to run through it. Just having that as a damage dealer, soften them up before they run into site proper. That could be a good way to dissuade the attack. Maybe bring out the showstopper, jump into short, send it through showers, because they don't take their time necessarily. They'll do it when there's an eco round on the side of Milwaukee because they don't want to walk into Spectres or Classics right clicks. But when it's full-on rifle round, you will never see NJCU take their time because they rush it in because they know they can earn this space without fail.
Yeah, and I mean, especially again without flashes, without something like potentially KO utility, anything like that, it is pretty difficult to retake a bomb site solely with smokes and Sova utility. It's doable, but it's definitely something that needs to be practiced and worked on repeatedly, and it looks like MSOE has struggled a bit on those retakes, and I really do worry if they're not able to control the bomb sites early on and really stop the attackers from pushing through the main choke points, A short, showers, B short, B long, you're just not going to have a successful defense, at least not consistently, because of the fact that you're just not maintaining space with quite possibly the most important space maintainers in the game of the controllers, but a huge opening frag coming out with that Marshall. Whew.
Yeah, that's a critical one, and a good read as well, being able to send it through. I think that was also from the help of Sova's dart, but on the other side, it's Greedy Vicus, the lurking Opper. There's no stopping them, and you have that a slight adjustment from Peter, seeing if anyone will walk through, and that might be the case. Earning that pick on the other side of the map has caused a bit of the shift for the Gothic Knights, but there isn't quite the same adjustment coming out from Milwaukee, and rightfully so. You don't want to over-rotate. Here's the toxic screen again. Cause a bit of a pause, a bit of presence. Okay, now this is the ultimate we've been waiting for. Finally, the Viper's Pit comes through, and it cuts down so much time that the Gothic Knights have to work with.
Yeah, only 30 seconds to try and execute here on the bomb site. They're all grouped up B long. I mean, they're going to have to explode onto this bomb site. And admittedly, if they can get in here and deal with this Viper, they could make this work, but they're going to choose to rotate. Greedy's going to stay behind. Could find a free pick on the Viper trying to catch them on the rotation, but the rest of the team is rotated to A. This is their best chance to get a defending win. Huge ultimate comes in. Chowder's going to find one. Chowder's going to find two. Now they just have to deny the plant. Swallow's going to come into sight, try and get it down on the ground. Karu's going to fight it with the Marshall, and now it's all up in an instant. Karu's not able to find the final one, and will at the very last second as Greedy falls. And I mean, that's what we've been waiting to see from the Raiders.
That was huge. I loved to see that round, Neon. That was a fantastic adjustment. And yeah, it'll leave you thinking, where was this Milwaukee squad earlier? Why did they not bring out that ability to stall and keep their opponents out of the sight? And I think it was a beautiful use of that ultimate, the Viper's Pit from Peter. Realizing that there is a presence here, I can't give it up. I'm going to wait until I have more information, because this is one of those few times that the Gothic Knights, they're really playing it slow. Let's waste even more of it. But maybe they won't be doing the same thing. But going through this tight choke point with 3 players up through showers can be a difficult one to deal with when you're staring down the barrel of an op.
Yeah, Karu gonna go for the dash initiation a little early, and there's really not too much presence, so that dash will go unused, and that's pretty huge, especially when you're trying to jet up. I mean, you're really relying on that dash to allow yourself to take the more aggressive angles and get out alive, but Karu will still take an aggressive angle, and Sewell will be able to shut it down in just a second. Chowder now really the only force here ready for the retake as he waits for the rotate. Not going to come through, though. Plant will go down, and now it's just post-plant in a 5v4.
This is an issue that we've seen before. I'm wondering if we could have an improvement. We saw the improvement of just a general sight hold. Oh! X-Star, no! Oh, major rip, unable to secure that crowded step, and another one goes the way of Greedy Vicus. They are just unstoppable with the tour de force in hand, but we have some presence. If you can turn that corner quick enough, you might be able to swing away, yet that all but seals it. The slow field stops VV1 from escaping, and they'll either die by the hand of a rifle or they'll die from the spike exploding. And at least they have some friends to bring to the grave along with them.
Yeah, that's a really tough round for the Raiders to lose as well. I mean, the economy is not in the most comfortable situation possible. They should be able to get a few buys out, but I mean, just looking at it, they're going to get, what, maximum 2 rifles. They have not a whole lot of ultimates to work with, and they really only have one. I mean, if I'm Raiders right here, you kind of have to save this. There really isn't a good avenue to buy into this round because you're just guaranteeing that you're not going to have a buy next round. It looks like they're going to go for kind of a half buy and just hope that Kara and VV1 are going to be good to buy. I think Kara will for sure have enough to buy, but still, it's a little bit of a risk, and they're going to push A short very aggressively, and KX Star loses life incredibly quickly, and VB1 cleaned up by Serial, and the A pressure is just going so fast. Serial going to find another one onto Chowder, and Karu trying to survive here in A short, but there's just force coming from every single side. Serial on one, and the whole A presence short on the other, able to find one, but Justin immediately with a refrag, and it's all on the Viper coming from all the way on B site to try and piece this round together.
Bold idea to run it down short, but unfortunately it did not pan out how they were hoping. I think they were spotted before the smokes actually came in and were fully immersed. So, had the information, and well, there's some players with pistols that aren't really threats to us. Let's just spray through that smoke, tore them up, and the rest was history. Might have a little bit of a 360, yet Suerte just decides to style on him with a little knife to bring us into our last round of the first half.
Yeah, I just really don't see a whole lot that the Raiders have done great this half. They've really struggled to maintain any type of site presence, and their retakes have been not great. I mean, in all honesty here, Gothic Knights, they've taken a short presence so well, and they've had a substantially successful lurk on the B long position almost every round, and it seems like the Raiders just have not adjusted to this style of attack at all, really, and it's unfortunate to see, but it's one of those things where adaptation is so key in the success of Valorant, and Greedy Vicus, for what feels like the upteenth time, has found the opening frag with the operator on that B long position, and it really, you know, it just shows they haven't used utility to deal with this lurk, as Greedy Vicus finds a second on the round already, and Justin with another by showers.
Okay, here's the showstopper. Probably could just send it to the ground, but no, Kairu. They got the kill. They secured it. They're alive still. This is an opportunity to be able to win this round out. They could sniff out Justin. This is an opportunity for them to come with the win, and that turns it into a 2-on-2. This is an entirely possible to win this round. They've got from the shadows. They can teleport over, maybe get into B long, or just run it normal. In this opportunity, this moment, you have to create a pinch. And I don't think we've seen an ultimate usage coming out from KX Star yet. Here it is.
That's actually not a terrible ult, but it gets canceled. Great shot! Holy, Greedy has been so good with the op. Karu is tired of getting put down in one bullet. 6 HP to his name. The ult will come through, and it just has to hit Karu once, but it's not going to happen. Karu with a 4K to keep this game possible. 9-3 on the half, and a magical 4K round from Karu.
Yeah, that is beautiful. The survivability that came from Karu there really was what saved them. being able to stop the showstopper coming out from Serial was massive. If Serial just looked down, shot, that would have been the entire round there. But that survivability, that versatility, and I did enjoy the fake teleport that we saw from KXR. At least, got some usage, made Sahil think twice about where this pinch will come from. It was a solid move, and just the sheer confidence to push into that Hunter's Fury when you're rocking with 6 HP. A beautiful maneuver, but now I'm wondering, what is their plan going to be now that they're attacking? Haven't really seen their capabilities of that. I mean, we got a little bit of a taste of their offensive capabilities in that retake, but I'm wondering, in a straight-up attack, what will their moves be? Finding out as they'll head up a short.
Greedy. Gonna hang out in hookah with the shotgun, but already it looks like that push is going to come aggressively through A, and just perfectly following up with that boombot. Carry's gonna find the kill on the Suerte. That's a huge kill to find early. A lot of utility and a great gun off the board, or I should say a great gunner off the board. Justin trying to find V1, but V1 quicker with the shots. Justin will fall. Serial trying to look for this refrag, but a 5v3 very early on.
Uh-oh, with the shorty, Vicus at least finds one. Serial, secondary gunner, here to keep some more support there. Short, but there's only Sahil. The last one alive, sends out the shock dart, hoping to secure a little bit of chaos, but really find themselves dead at the hands of Keiru, who is continuing to prove value, or in value, with this squad.
Yeah, Raiders have found a way to make things work here. A huge part of it is relying off of Keiru, not just playing well, but just being able to find space and open things up with aggressive gunfights. They did it a little bit at the end of that defensive half and put a couple rounds on the board in that banner, but leaning really hard into a single player fragging out is difficult, because you're relying entirely on them not only staying alive, but them doing well. But hey, look at that. Keiru proving me wrong. Finds one early. Suerte, though, in a great position. The boombot doesn't go off in time. Able to find one, but Keiru turns around and finds the refrag onto Suerte. 2v4 now, though. Gonna be a difficult retake.
Oh yeah, they're getting a bit of a taste of their own medicine. KXR a little late on the shot, expecting a maneuver from heaven. That won't be the case. It's Sahil. Last one alive. I mean, they've got a Bucky in arm's reach. That won't be the key for success here. They want to wait. Maybe just get a cheeky right click. Or force them to potentially die to the spike. But I don't think anyone is going to fall for that one. Yeah, it's Keiru. Another 4K on the board. Second of the game, at least. Maybe here's to many more potential as we continue through this. And I mean, the Raiders, they're clawing their way back. It's 3 rounds in a row, looking for a 4th.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this map tends to usually lean defensive-sided here, but already we've seen in just 2 rounds, the Raiders have put up almost as many rounds as they did on their defending side. So maybe this is just a case of Gothic Knights are good at attacking, Raiders are good at attacking. It doesn't happen all the time, but it can certainly happen where 2 teams who just happen to be particularly good at the same thing meet up, and it makes for a very interesting game. Serial, though, finds an early frag onto KX and the refrag is just not there. Serial able to find Peter, but it does leave Serial on very low HP.
Yeah, good opening shot, but now you have to deal with Greedy Vicus as well. They're holding it down on B site. I mean, took a little bit of damage, but they are good to go. They will have support from Sahil. They don't want to leave. They don't want to give up their positions, and that's perfect. When you've already lost 2 players and you've gained no ground, no territories under your control, it makes you think, like, what can we possibly do? Well, B's got to be the move. Once you get out, I think Paint Shell has to go into that cubby on the right, expecting to clear it out because you want to clear as many angles as possible. This will get the information, and the rotation is already commencing, potentially through the teleporter, but jumping up is Keiru, looking to get the shot with the daggers out. But regardless, they want to go quick for the plant. Greedy Vicus around the corner with the Bucky. What are you going to do? You waited too long. Is there an opportunity for this? No. They squandered the opportunity, but in the back, it's seriously Serial with the paint shells. The second they show their face, it's Keiru, and maybe another kill can go their way, and it does. Keiru with the 3K, and they took this site 3-on-2, saved the day regardless of the early losses.
Keiru is just being so explosive on these executes, making so much room for their teammates. They're really making these rounds doable. I mean, to be completely honest, Raiders are relying on Keiru doing what he does best, but my goodness, K-Roo is doing it in an exceptional way, making space, getting frags, being consistent, and staying alive. I mean, K-Roo is not one of these fraggers that we watch sometimes where, you know, they run in, they get their twofer, and they die. K-Roo is usually there during the post-plant situation, although I say that as K-Roo finds one and drop, but VV1 right there with a double refrag, and KX Star there for another, and just like that, KX and VV1 are able to clean up in K-Roo's absence, 2 per player, as they make it 7-9. This game is getting real close real fast.
Yeah, it's a 2-round game right now, Neon. This is getting nervous for any of the Gothic Knights fans out there. You must be wondering what is going on, but I think we have a bit of a key for success. It's finally Greedy Vicus that got their hands on the operator. They've been waiting for an opportunity like this for quite some time. I mean, we've seen them going up B long, the solo peeker, the kill seeker with the op. But no one is positioned in there. We might have a position with Peter. Potentially take a look down short, but they don't want to give it up. They don't want to check that out. Perhaps they realize that the threat is present. They don't want to walk down this sight line. Easy death, but seriously, Serial, it's a little bit of fire and information, but that's the giving up of B long, so pressure's going to be on in the next few seconds, and it starts with BB1 clearing out Hookah.
Yeah, very fast execute coming out. Already a 5v4. So they have man advantage. BB1 could find more with this rocket, but no one's at the receiving end. Greedy Vicus, though, has to retake with the operator, unless he chooses to switch weapons. A huge trade comes out between BB1, Serial, and Peter, but K-Roo not quite there. K-Roo in this retake situation is going to have to go massive. They've regained man advantage now here. Finding picks. Or excuse me, Raiders has maintained man advantage. And Gothic Knights trying to find those picks. K-Roo and KX Star, though, are going to combine for 2 big kills. And Greedy Vicus wants to save this op. 1 HP, not able to land the shots. VV1 has turned on the last couple of rounds, finding massive kills here to secure rounds for Raiders. They've really clawed their way back. And now NJCU will finally take their first timeout.
Yeah, I mean, what a time to take that timeout because they have lost a major investment. The op didn't even get to land a single shot, not even a leg, nothing going the way of Greedy Vicus, who has been, by all means, a hard carry. When they were on the attack, the Gothic Knights are flailing. They don't really know what to do. It's an unfortunate opportunity because they put that player specifically on A short because that's where so much pressure has been going. But the second that they bring the real hard stop to that one choke point, nobody goes there. It's an unfortunate gamble, and they lost out. And the Raiders today, they're winning big. They're finally able to bring this to an equalizing round if they could close it out. But considering the major investment in the previous, staring down the barrel of an eco. So more than likely, this is going to end up a 9-9 game by the end of this round.
Which is so crazy because so many rounds looked so dominant in the favor of Gothic Knights, and so far Raiders, they've looked dominant on their attacking side. I mean, just look at the scoreboard, right? They've won, 5 straight rounds just on the attacking side, 6 straight if you count their last defensive win, and they were looking downright lost sometimes on their defensive side. They made some good plays here and there, but there were definitely rounds where I was watching what they were doing and going, man, they are just not playing up to par on defense on Bind, but meanwhile, on attack, they are playing incredibly coordinated, and they're just hitting shots excellently. They're making space, and they're playing exceptionally well. But now, Raiders, they gotta do it again. K-Roo dashes straight into sight, and there's an op watching the angle, but it's not gonna land the shot. K-Roo finds one, but Greedy right there with the refrag, and that could be the pick that NJCU needs, but they're going to have to convert it into more.
You know, it's a good kill, but they've lost control of the site, and they might as well be in a retake scenario. The second that anybody peeks on through, they will bring in massive resistance against Greedy Vicus Sahil here with the Sheriff, and now you've got a pinch. Now you've got pressure. The Showstopper is at the ready. If they want to bring it on through, it might be the case. And here it is. Come on with the Showstopper. It's seriously Serial. You have to send it in through the tube, but they don't have the information. They don't know where anyone is. They don't even need the shot to come from the Showstopper because the rest of the crew has guns at the ready. And finally, after, I believe, 6 long rounds of defeat, the Gothic Knights will get their 10.
Yeah, and I mean, talk about a time to put it all together, right? Right when you're about to lose the advantage that you worked so hard to get a 9-3. At what point a 9-2 advantage? to, lose so many rounds in a row to nearly even up the scoreboard to finally get back on your feet and say, no, we're gonna maintain this lead. That's massive. And now Gothic Knights, they just need a few more rounds. They need 3 more rounds on the board to secure this map and move on to where it's full reset, full even playing field on a new map. They want to do that. They want to push it to that next map where everything's reset and they can go back to getting on their feet. But right now, they've just got to stabilize, take the momentum from that last round win, and try and convert it into these next 3. Try and keep Raiders 2 steps behind them.
AX Star, not exactly a lurker, but they're playing default here. They're spread out. They realize, okay, here's Vicus, back with the op. This is going to be an issue to deal with this dark cover going back into CT. They only need to flash or do something else, but NPC Peter, he spotted that flank or that push coming out from showers and realized that's a bit of an issue, but Sight has been taken control of by B. AX Star, indeed, only get over there. It's going to be the From the Shadows. Finally, another usage to come through. Sight secured a little bit of a risky spot, but hey, they've got it covered.
Yeah, I don't know about that one, but either way, the plant will go down. Gothic Knights, they have the advantage here, and that's going to be massive on this retake, but Keiru, full HP, weapon at hands, VV1 playing in a good position. This might be difficult even with that man advantage. There comes the dart, doesn't get a spot. KX Star playing off of the contact of Keiru, but Greedy is ready for it. Greedy will get the first kill. Now a 5v3 retake, but Chowder's able to find one. Suerte with a refrag. Chowder gets another, though. That's Justin. VV1, it's Suerte. Now a 2v2. Make it a 2v1. All on one player. Chowder alone pops the Hunter's Fury, though, but it's going to get halved anyway. They're going to stick. Oh, but he gets the kill. And now it's just the one. Chowder clutches up with a huge Hunter's Fury.
Oh, my God. I cannot believe Chowder was able to secure that one. And without a doubt, that comes to a bit of sloppy play at a NJCU. I think they got overconfident in their position, and it does stem a little bit from seriously Serial not expecting another player to be within Garden, bringing out the Roomba to send out to flush somebody else who was on site. But they got ahead of themselves. Immediately thought, well, one person's dead. It's all clear. We can make a move, but that has to be just a huge blunder. It might be another one. Seriously, Serial taking a massive amount of damage, and they can walk on through. Justin comes out with a swing with the Spectre, and they've got some backup, and they can take down 2, maybe even 3. Serial, they're all alone. Another unfortunate swap out. This time, the knife instead of a Roomba, but regardless, Serial's down, and there isn't much to work with on the side of the Gothic Knights to keep this 2v2 in their favor.
Yeah, a classic and a Chamber Deagle is all they have to work with, and if Greedy Vicus doesn't play this right, oh, that's a huge Hunter's Fury. If this can secure the kill, that'd be massive. Now it's just on V1. That's a big nade, though, and it's going to do a lot of damage to Swahili, and Swahili, again, only has the classic to work with. Has to try and find it all, but doesn't expect the push from VV1. VV1 just chases it down, finds the final kill, equalizes it at 10-10, and man, I mean, Los, this is getting to be not only a close game, but this is getting to be a back and forth between the best players on both sides.
Absolutely, and VV1 is stepping up in a big way. It's just piecemeal. We aren't seeing big 4Ks, 2 of them in a row like we saw from Kaoru, but, you know, VV1 still has that presence, and they're getting confident. They're getting some real game sense, just sending out that paint shell into CT just to put the hurt onto Chowder. Continue to push it through, realizing that, oh, they probably think I'll move back. There's some great reads coming out from the Raiders, and I guess they're living up to their name. They're much better on the offense. They're raiding these sites, but getting aggressive. It's Serial coming out from the smoke. It's a double guiding light, and Chowder, yeah, they'll go down with all that utility in mind, and even more go their way. But this does leave Greedy Vicus all on their lonesome with multiple angles to cover. They have that movement, that speed to break on through. And they could take the site, but they will take it anyway because they've got the toxic screen. Greedy Vicus has to back off, and it's followed up by the Viper's It.
Yeah, this is a huge ult. This could really kind of equalize things here as they, are on a man's disadvantage, but as long as this Viper's Pit stays up, This is going to be a manpower, they're going to need a lot of manpower just to retake this. Peter's able to find the plank. That's Suerte, now evened up in a 3v3. Huge ult from Seriously Cyril that will find Peter. That's going to drop the pit. KX Star and Corte on site trying to hold these things off. KX Star is going to TP to try and find a better reposition, but it's not going to work. Seriously Cyril with a 4K to take the advantage back for Gothic Knights, and that's a huge round to win.
That comes off the back of Seriously Cyril removing Peter from play. And I guess they relied a bit too much on that Viper's pit, because once the pit went down, both of these last two players, Kairu and KX Star, they were out of position. They were stuck against each other, and they didn't really have an opportunity to reposition. We saw that shrouded step from KX Star, but the second they came on through, it was right in the sight line of Seriously Cyril. So a good effort and a great way to convert a bad situation into a favorable one and a post-plant situation. And unfortunately, they weren't able to close it out. And really, the back of Seriously Cyril and Greedy Vicus, they're two players who are standing tall for the Knights.
Yeah, now it looks like we're going to see an A execute. There is no short presence here. They could run straight into A site from short. Let's see if they know that. They're already in the A bomb site, getting things down. The plant's going to get stuck here. Seriously Cyril's trying to deal with KX Star, but that nade, oh no, it bounces the wrong way. That's so unfortunate. You know, if that wall wasn't in the way, that could have been huge, but Seriously Cyril going to find a frag anyway. That's Keru dropping. That's a massive kill to find, but now it's going to be a 4v5 retake. Or excuse me, 5v4 retake. KXR still trying to hold down Bathroom. Not going to work. Seriously Cyril isolates the 1v1. Drops him. Peter in an ideal situation, though. Holding the long angle, but Suerte on the flank. Finds one and a lot of damage onto VV1. And VV1's going to have to go massive here. Going to pop the ult. Trying to do just that. But the dart's going to reveal both of their locations. Greedy Vicus only with the shotgun. Not going to be able to peek very long angles, but it doesn't matter because Seriously Cyril's there to back him up. Huge lineup here for Peter, though. This could be what they need to win, but it's not enough. Doesn't come in time. And Greedy Vicus with that shotgun and the defuse will come in as Gothic Knights push it to 12-10.
There's a little bit of a miscommunication in terms of where that spike was planted. Lineup not exactly what they were hoping for. Regardless, that was a very tough situation to try and push, but this is match point 12-10. The Gothic Knights want to get this round, this map done with, because this has been hell for them here in the second half. They want to escape. They want to bring it to Ascent. They cannot allow this to go to overtime, but it will be at a cost. They've used multiple ultimates in the previous round. They have the orbital strike in the hands of Suerte. She's got this. And they have three players stacked up on D. Suerte gets caught out. This could be a serious issue, but Sky Smoke won't be the case. Yeah, in all this time, nobody's on A side proper. They've moved through showers. I mean, this has been a common maneuver out from the Gothic Knights. If they can catch them off, this is wild. Seriously Cyril, they're not going to wait around for that trigger discipline. Regardless, it's enough to get Chowder out of the match. They've got Spike planted. Not many players in a favorable position. We're looking at trigger discipline. Another one for VV1. They can run away. That's a stall of time. And they can turn around. They can rejoin their team.
Yeah, that's a massive kill and a huge diversion. That makes this retake a whole lot weaker without the man advantage that they were really hoping to maintain. But Kairu, this could be a huge nade that pushes them off of the position, and Greedy Vicus is right there to capitalize. I don't know if that was communicated, but either way, it's beautiful. Huge ultimate from Seriously Cyril will clean up VV1. Takes a lot of damage, but he's got the support of Suhel, and just like that, Greedy Vicus will find the last one with the ult, and they have just enough time to get the defuse, and the first map will go in the favor of the NJCU Gothic Knights.
What a match. What a match. The Gothic Knights coming out ahead. I mean, this is not the scoreline they were expecting when we finished off that first half. The defense was just such a force to be witnessed in terms of how you could go from a very weak holding of sight to a monstrous attack and bring it all the way to 10-13. In the end, the Knights take their map and they start this series off 1-0. I'm wondering, though, since it will be the pick of the Raiders over on Ascent, are we going to see even more ferocity, more ferocious plays out of this squad? I can't wait to see the rest of this series, and neither can y'all. We'll be right back for Map 2 with the NECC Nationals right after this. And we're back with the NECC Emergence Nationals. We just wrapped up our first map back on Bind, and it was a doozy. Certainly didn't go the way that many fans would have expected, but it did finish how we thought. It's gonna be a Gothic Knights victory back on Bind, 13-10. But now we're jumping over into Ascent for our second match. This time is the Raiders pick. I'm thinking we'll have a bit more aggression like we saw when they were on the attack. A real sense of confidence, especially from one player of that team, the Jet Karu, who has come up massive multiple times. But to break down all the action, Amlo still rocking it here with Neon Black. Neon, what are your thoughts about the potential for a resurgence for the Milwaukee Raiders?
Well, I have faith in what the Raiders can do on map 2, but honestly, just looking at it, I think, Kairu and VV1, they played excellent, but we're going to have to see a little bit better of a performance from players like Peter, KX Star. Like, they were there during the later rounds, but I think if they had showed up with their teammates a little bit earlier in that game could have 100% been winnable. Same thing with, players like Chowder GG, players like that play that more support role. They played their support role great, but you still have to be there in support of your team in terms of refrag potential, controlling areas of the map, things like that. I also feel like it might be better if we don't see the kind of dual controller that we saw. It was a little, iffy. I don't think they used that double controller as well as they could have on defense. But of course, we'll see what they do on this map in terms of their agent select. And looking at it so far, it already looks like they're going to be changing it up a little bit, bringing the KJ instead of, say, a Viper like Peter was on previously. But yeah, I think if Raiders are able to play a little bit better on defense than they did last map, and they're able to play a little bit more into not only their best performers playing well, but have those three supporting players get in there and really help them on the site and assist a little bit better. Not that they didn't do it well at the end of the last map, but if they can continually do it throughout this map, I think we could see a great game from here on this map from the Raiders, and I definitely think there is a possibility for a map 3.
I mean, I agree with you in that they have to have a more active role. Specifically, speaking from the previous map, we did not see Peter come through in many of those engagements. The biggest plays that they made were just the usage of that Viper's Pit, keeping those toxic screens up, but in terms of straight up combat, they were not coming to play. And you can't have that if you want to win the Nationals. You can't get boosted to win this event. So Peter, now in the KJ role, I think that's going to be a big step up because you could have a more active role in terms of taking a site, using that lockdown, keeping your turret to watch the flank. And I think this is it's more suitable for this type of player where you aren't exactly at the forefront of your squad, not really lacking behind either, and keep it tight. But also, I think we got to mention that there has been a swap. We do have Sasha now in the matchup, and I believe that is a change out from
Who was
It's
it
a
that we
hill.
had? The hill. That's true. Yes, it's a hill. Yeah, so that is a definitely different. Ooh, early gunfight though going A main. BB1's going to be able to find Greedy Vicus. And Greedy Vicus was a high performer last game, so to lose that jet early on is a little unfortunate. Seriously, Serial though going to try and hold things down, but Peter, well being flashed, is able to find the second frag, and just like that, 5v3 on site, getting the plant down.
There we go. That's what I was talking about. Peter stepping up, Suerte. Getting a little crazy. Kaoru sitting right in front of the door. They'll be taken out with any possibility of a fight. Yet, in this 4-on-2 retake scenario, doesn't seem like the Gothic Knights have too much hope out of this one, aside from getting some exit frags to pad that economy. Doesn't really matter about the stats too much, and no one will be missing these ghosts. Suerte through the smoke. A nice shot, courtesy of that recon bolt. Will be spotted now, so this should spell the end of this first round, and it is.
Yeah, that's a huge round and a very defining round from the Raiders, because not only are they able to, take map control very early on and take those aggressive gunfights, which is something that we saw they preferred to do on Bind, but they were able to close it out really easily. There really wasn't too much of a misstep. I mean, other than maybe, Kairu getting spammed through that door, but that's more unlucky than a misstep. So, if we see more of that from the Raiders and they're able to take that momentum and carry it throughout this half and then translate it into a good defensive half, I think we may see Breeze confirmed earlier than we may think. But of course, we can't count out Gothic Knights. Remember how dominant they were at the beginning of this series. And already we're going to see full mid control and B main control be completely taken by Gothic Knights. But meanwhile, Raiders, they just went right back to A, and the plant's already down.
This happened quite a bit, and I feel that anytime there's a gamble stack, it's always incorrect for either of these squads. Whenever they want to make that choice, it's always going to be wrong. Okay, VV1 finds the first one, has that overheal, and I think that pretty much seals up this round. Unless they could get these close range engagements, it could be a shot. Goes nicely here on Heaven, but Kaoru keep holding it down. There's no problem here. Potentially looking like a flawless, unless seriously Serial can get the kill. But no, it's actually KX Star with the wall bang to finish it off.
Below, potentially? I'm really not even... Oh, maybe through the wall from Generator, potentially. Yeah, but either way, great shot.
Well, here is when the real challenge begins. We've got some rifles in the hand of the Gothic Knights, but not even enough money to bring out the full armor across the board. Justin and Suerte looking a little bit, a little fleshy this time around, so they have to be very quick and calculated with the shots that they're going to take. But I'm loving the confidence from the Raiders here on Ascent. They're believing in themselves. They're just running it through, not afraid at all.
Yeah, now they're going to opt for a little bit of B main control, a little bit more of a default. Still no mid pressure being taken, but I'm going to equate that mostly to the fact that they're on an eco, so they really don't want to be challenging those long range angles. Greedy Vicus is going to be the one pretty much solely holding down the B site, which may be not the best, as now the B site execute looks to be the play. Greedy Vicus is really going to be the center of attention here. Peter's just going to walk straight onto site, but doesn't expect Greedy Vicus there. Finds the second on a KX Star. That's a great shot, but now can he capitalize? No, Justin's going to be the one to come in, and seriously Serial as well, both finding frags of their own. It's all on VV1, who was exceptional on the last map in a potential comeback for the Raiders that didn't end up panning out. But now, in a 1v5, we'll see what VV1 can try and pull out of the hat with this Phantom.
And that'll delay it even further. 42 seconds left on the clock. Justin's dancing around. They've got the information. They don't want to peek anymore. That's a full adjustment. You can see everyone on that mini-map scrambled around like a hornet's nest
30 seconds
to
left.
realize that there was a threat. No one will be making this play with the door closed as well. One's only got one choice, and that is to save or send it. I mean, I guess two choices, but you really don't want to make the second one.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think the best bet is to really just try and go for eco damage, but, at the end of the day, it doesn't really
10
matter
seconds
because
left.
VV1 can just save the rifle and go into the next one, confirming the fact that, their entire team is going to have a full rifle buy. And I mean, you haven't lost armor. All you have to rebuy at this point is flashes, so you're not really worried too much about, oh, if I don't die, I don't get this amount of money. No big deal. You have full armor, you have a rifle, carry it into the next round. This was the bonus anyway. Not a huge deal for the Raiders, so they're just going to carry on. But if we look at the scoreboard currently, both teams have a pretty stable economy, a little bit better on the side of Gothic Knights due to the fact that they just, completed their bonus with no deaths being taken. But it's even enough that we can say that this is really where the round starts to get a little bit more skill-based. There's not going to be too much of a weapon advantage anytime soon. And really, Gothic Knights here, they'd like to take this round to try and push Raiders a little bit closer to that economic disadvantage, which is where, the Gothic Knights, when they're going against anti-ecos, they showed no problems, even against the Raiders during the half, where the Raiders were playing very well. Huge attacker KJ ult comes out early, though, as they look to just walk straight onto the A-bomb site early.
Regardless, it is a much laid-back setup. Sasha, though, securing a kill with the Nano Swarm before even going for the retake, so already at a disadvantage, but the bomb has been planted. The spike is in play, so what's the post-plant scenario looking like? A lot of players hanging out by A main. We've got Kaoru by the switch. For someone to come through, it's the flash drive, and the second it comes through, it's actually a flank. It's Greedy Vicus. They're not deterred with this positioning. This is all bad news coming up. Suerte, she can't finish it off, and wait a minute, V1-1 and Kickstar. They can get it done. They spray through the smoke, and in a seemingly unwinnable, hopeless moment, they make it happen. KXR with that long flank. I thought that was just a terrible idea in my head, but it came out. It worked perfectly. It did bring us to the edge of our seats, but somehow the Raiders took that rifle round.
Yeah, KX Star coming from that tree position, that was an area that Gothic Knights had already cleared out. So from KX comes from that area, and you just all of a sudden are getting spammed through smokes. That's massive, and VB1 did an incredible job of just holding down A main. They didn't take unnecessary gunfights. They just fought as needed and played the position well. And now we see the Raiders go to a little bit more of a default. They're going to carry that momentum in and try and play as much as possible in favor of the impatience and the discomfort of the Gothic Knights. You've just lost a round that should have easily been yours, and so you're going to play a little stuttery, a little awkward. You're going to be a little off foot, and so the Raiders are going to use that by just defaulting, looking for a pick, looking for space to take, looking for the free pick to come to them, and they will find it as KX Star finds Suerte in mid, and that's going to allow them to basically choose their own adventure. They can go anywhere here. They're going to choose to dash to the A site and look for this plant.
On the other side, Guz is a nice little shot. Does hit the KO. Nothing to worry about though. They'll back off. They've got support. So Gothic Knights did lose one in the process. 5v4 post plant setup. Everyone is sitting comfy and pretty. Sasha's about to walk into a world of fear and hurt. So you've got that paranoia right around the corner. Double swing coming out from Seriously Serial. Are they expecting KX Star as well? They want to look for it, and they find death only. It's a major disadvantage for them. Kaoru cleans it up with a double in the end. That's 4-1 here for the Raiders.
Yeah, VV1 has not died yet at 7-0. KX Star at 7-1. This is kind of a little bit of a different picture from what was painted last map. We're seeing the Raiders play at their own pace. They want to play slow, they play slow. They want to play fast, they play fast. And Gothic Knights, they're just scrambling to try and play off of what the Raiders are giving them, and it's really not working in the Gothic Knights' favor. I mean, honestly, if I'm the Gothic Knights, this is the time where you either need to get really aggressive early on, which I think is exactly what we're about to see. This is about to be a really head-on collision in B main.
Oh, Greedy Vikings, they brought out the blades, but they're only getting burned. KX Star here has the presence with the paranoia, and that's it. It's a flawless, quick and easy. Running it up with the sheriffs. Not a kill to be found. And that is just routine, save round, run it up, go to the next.
Yeah, great round there from the Raiders. They dealt with that aggression perfectly. They saw the utility being used. They knew, all right, let's just wait for this aggression. They handled it perfectly, and the eco just goes exactly as the Raiders wanted it to. So now the Gothic Knights, they're on the back foot. They finally have a bye, but, if you're looking at the economy, the Raiders have now built up a substantial enough lead that even if the Gothic Knights win this round and maybe even the next, the Raiders are still going to be in a really comfortable position. Those Raiders are just going to go right back to a default as they know they're going up against rifles again. A main and B main presence, but still not really pressuring mid. Just a smoke and a watch from VB1.
Kaoru Nobody in sight just yet, sending out that recon. Gonna find. Checking the site, but it does leave Sasha completely undetected. Uh-oh, here's some problems. KX Star wants to stop the bleeding. They're gonna go with the From the Shadows. They make it out. There's just no possibility they could cancel that one. It would have been done for. They do have the spike in hand. They'll get the plants, but looking back at the top of mid, it's VV1 with their first death on the board. And that'll be an issue. Now the walls seem to be closing in. It's 3-on-5, but a lot of bullets being put into the players of the Knights. They're standing strong, and in return, it's a lockdown. No escape here. KX Star actually will escape. They'll Shrouded step out into B main, but Karu's all alone, and they're going to spot everyone in the worst position. Regardless, they will be able to secure the site, get the defuse, unless KX Star has something to say about it.
No chance. KX Star in a super awkward position there, trying to basically play retake to B main in just a few seconds, and it just doesn't end up working out. But that was kind of an unfortunate situation from the Raiders. They actually did a pretty good job of taking site. It all came down to the fact that they lost players on the rotate and during the planting cycle, and then we saw Chowder try and get aggressive during the chaotic minutes to try and retake some space. I believe he probably had information like, hey, you know, there's a pretty good chance the KJ ult's going to go down, so let's try and get aggressive now, try and catch them off on a free kill, try and, you know, even out the man count in this 3v5, but it doesn't end up working out. And now, this is where things get a little curious for the Raiders, as they have to start playing a little differently. But Karu opens up a great kill onto Greedy Vicus, and Serial is going to lose a lot of HP, but Suerte and Serial combine for a huge two-piece onto VV1 and Cairo.
There goes that momentum. The swing has swung back. The pendulum is working for the Gothic Knights now. They're all stuck in A main. The Raiders will have to back off. They followed it up. They had to bring out the null command because the advantage that was brought in from that 0 point was too great. I enjoyed the swing, but just the send out, the unleash of all that utility is very crucial. And without those 2 kills that were brought out from that initial push, it's going to be a very, very different round. And it seems that one of exactly the options that we have for Raiders, they'll drop out the lockdown only to bait out the Hunter's Fury. That's destroyed. But in the meantime, it does buy time. It does keep the Gothic Knights over by A site. So B should be free.
Yeah, not to mention, if you look at the HP here, it really does seem like the Gothic Knights are a little bit of at a disadvantage right now if they were to try and execute onto this retake situation. Not to mention, they've got to rotate all the way from the A bomb site. Sasha's going to be the first one here, but she'd be smart to wait for her teammates to try and regain, as trying to just rush in 1v3 is really not the play. But here we go. 2 players market, 2 players CT. The retake is going to have to start here. Suerte on low HP. Going to have to try and swing to make space. Looking for that opening pick, but Raiders not giving it.
Flash drive. Catch anyone. But here's the first shot. It's KX Star. They're done. But the Nano Swarm does create some havoc on the staircase. It denies the push. The last 2 are walking through. 6 bullets into the magazine, but none of them hit their mark. The Gothic Knights should be able to win this one out. There will be enough time to defuse that spike. What a retake.
Yeah, that was an excellent flash. I mean, look at Serial and Sasha's health. They were so low. So that flash was quite literally crucial to winning that round. And Gothic Knights now, they put 2 on the board in a row. But notice both of them have been retake defuses, that they've been pretty close, all things considered. I would like to see a little bit more presence be made on the choke points, right? Especially on Ascent. You've got A main and you've got B main. You've got to make presence on those 2 areas, and you have to really use your utility in those areas to, you know, take advantage. Look at what they did there on A main, right? There was a nade being spammed, there was smokes being thrown, there were all these different things done to maintain A main advantage, and that's what I'd like to see more of, is maintaining the advantage on these choke points. Force the Raiders to have to take mid, force them to have to funnel into sight through more awkward and unadvantageous situations, and just like that, they force them to go mid. Greedy Vicus gets one with the op, and this is exactly what Gothic Knights need to be doing to adjust.
Hikaru comes in with a kill of their own, but it is punished. They're still in a great disadvantage. It's a 3-on-4, and they've gained little to no ground, a bit of mid control, but the second that they cross through those archways, it'll be hell to pay. They aren't willing to pay up. So, again, this is just a loss of positioning. We're all stuck. Don't exactly have an idea of what the next plan can be. You see that KX Star, they're creeping back over to A main. There's the possibility that they could run it back, wait for this dark cover to dissipate, and potentially get a shot over on to Suerte. As she's hanging out by the Jenny. This is going to slow down with 40 seconds on the clock. There is still some time to play with.
A little bit of time here for the Raiders to play with indeed. But really, the problem is
30 seconds
map
left.
control, right? They've got A main and they've got mid to work with, and there's really not a good area to explode out of from those two positions, right? They aren't able to push up and get towards tree because of Greedy Vicus. A main is being consistently smoked. Now they're going to try and smoke off garden and just try and take this gunfight on site. It's going to be just Suerte, but that's a huge flash. It's going to find Sasha.
no.
It's going to find Chowder. Beautiful dark cover sent out. KX Star will drop to Justin. Not dark cover, of course. The near side coming out. Not dark cover, silly Neon. But either way, huge play from Suerte to hold down the A bomb site and to bring it to 4v5.
You know, as a representative of the Valorant community, we forgive you. You're good, you're good, Neon. But regardless, Suerte, she held it down. And that's a big issue that you could run into when you're dealing with a defensive Omen is that, you know, characters like Brim, Astra, they don't recharge their smokes. Suerte does. Omen's got that dark cover that you could just keep sending out. Time it to block off this angle. And if you wait, you're only wasting your own time. You have to make a move and contest that Omen. I guess even flash out from the dark cover if it's an option. Vicus not able to find the shot. They'll back off, still to use the tailwind just because, well, it was about to burn out. Might as well send it.
Yeah, and that was one of those things where I just don't think they expected the timing there. Sasha, though, going to find the first one on a Kairu. That's a huge entry fragger taken off the board, and Sasha's just going to retreat with that low HP. They know that they've given up the B-bomb site, but with this man advantage that they've found and the massive amount of map control they have elsewhere, they think that they can successfully retake B without having, you know, that B map control. Now, what I would like to see is some mid presence shown, but they're just not going to press it. They're not going to push the advantage. They are going to drone it out, get some information on it, but VV1 in a little bit of a lurk situation. Plant will start to go down, but it looks like it might have been to bait out utility or to bait out a push. Nothing coming yet. VV1 still on that deep lurk. Might be able to find Suerte. Made a little bit of noise, but not enough to call attention. When does the trigger get pulled? One. Make it two. And VV1 find a third? No. But just like that, man advantage maintained. 4v3 now. Huge ultimate being popped by Chowder, and Peter will be right there to defend their teammate, and KX Star will finish it up. That's a beautiful round from Raiders to take the advantage back into their favor, 6-4, and now they've guaranteed themselves at least a 6-6 half on the attacking side.
Yeah, that was a great play from the Raiders, is that you had no idea where any of these members of the squad were. I mean, especially with VV1 playing it so long, hanging out by tree, getting all the way through garden, and even waiting then. Good enough to get the shots, take down two, dismiss away. It just keeps everything on, you know, as a guess. And with that spot of two players in market, that gave them the signal. Hey, send out a Hunter's Fury. This could be a good opportunity. And just the coordination and communication that we see from this team, it's a level up. Absolutely.
Yeah, that is huge, right? And now we're going to see the early attacking KJ ult. I think here they really just want to try and confirm their advantage in the half. They want to take it to 7-5. They want to confirm that they're going to have the advantage going on to the defensive side, which is where they did indeed struggle on Pine. VV1 will find the first one onto Serial, and now it's all about holding this post plant, which they've shown to do fairly well in a lot of situations. Ults being popped both ways, utility being used, shock darts to try and find damage. Karu's on low HP, but not going to be hit by those shock darts. Lots of low HP players, but Karu is able to find the first one of the retake, and the second on a Greedy Vicus. Not the third, though, as Sasha will clean it up. Suerte with another onto Peter.
Okay, well, now they've got them locked off. There is no Hunter's Fury at the ready, but it doesn't matter when you've got the Fury of VV1. The Empress is activated. The spike is ticking down. But it doesn't even matter because VV1 is here, bringing a 3K and leading the squad. The Raiders are being here to play. 7-4, might even be an 8th.
Yeah, and already we're starting to see some of the things that we mentioned that the Raiders had to do to have a little bit better of a chance of winning this map, right? VV1 and Keru are both still performing just as well as they did on the last map, and they've been doing it since the very beginning of the map. KX, Star, and Peter have definitely been showing up a little bit more in these early rounds. Chowder's been there as well, but, you know, 2 and 6, the support has been much more utility-wise, but it's been good enough to put rounds on the board. Meanwhile, on Gothic Knights, while the scoreboard is a little bit more even, it also means the scoreboard, you know, there's no one particularly outperforming, right? Greedy Vicus was a massive part of what made that first map what it was. Suerte going to take an early gunfight, not going to confirm, so instead they're going to fall back to a crossfire, but Keru's there for it anyway. Suerte's able to find one on a Chowder, and seriously Serial from behind. VV1 with the trade though. Serial was able to find 2 though, and that'll make it a 2v2 on this, what should be a very quick retake.
Maybe not. I mean, you are dealing with 2 of the best players on this squad, Karu and VV1. And Justin, they're here to play as well. I mean, low health. That Karu sending out some knives in the sky. But now all that's done is isolate VV1 in the 1v2. No overheal to work with. They've got a single orb to their name, 77 HP. It's a pre-fire. It's a dismiss after the first kill, but can they get away? They've done it. Sasha, I don't know if there's enough time. Clock is ticking. And hit the defusal.
Yeah, they're just gonna spam this. Oh no.
Oh,
Sasha's just gonna stick. Oh my goodness, no way!
Oh no, that was such a momentous occasion for a Raider victory, but Sasha, she clutches it out. The KJ survives. The staying power is here. And a bit of a misstep from VV1. And at least the Gothic Knights can end that first half, which was a bit of a bruising on a good note, but it's still a 2-round game. They're still within arm's reach of taking this map and even this series, because now it's the Raiders' turn to go into the fence. And if we know anything from the previous map here on, or there on Bind, it was not a good moment for them when they're defending.
No, the Raiders struggled a ton on their defensive side, you know, more than we would expect even. What I hope is that because this is their map pick, they'll be able to keep it a little bit more even. They do have the advantage moving on to that defensive side. It is 7-5 currently, but already here comes Gothic Knights trying to make things quick here in A main. Pressing forward with some speed. There you go. Gets a little bit there. Flash goes in. The utility usage isn't perfect, but it's there. But Serial, the shots will be there. Now, just ready for the plant to go down and the post plant to start.
Great double take. VV1 walks right on through the Nano Swarm, but they're still taking some damage. They have to back off. They'll be right in the other corner, but you're still in the Swarm, taking the damage, and all this utility is coming on through just in there to finish it off, and they are still in control. Seriously, Serial basically unopposed, but now the KX Stars come to play. Now that they're getting involved, this is a bit of an issue.
Oh, I don't know if they know that this is happening.
And I think that it's okay to continue it. No! Chowder, the last one alive. 1v1 against Justin. There's plenty of time for a defusal. Oh my god, the ring around the rosy is here!
Oh!
But Chowder comes out on top.
I mean, we talked about, or I talked about how Chowder wasn't really showing up as much for his team here, but there you go. A little 2-piece and a huge clutch to win the pistol for the Raiders. That pushes it to 8-5. Now if they just win their bonus, that's 9-5. That's huge, and a great Dolly Parton song.
And a sad work-life scenario for others.
True.
We're
That's why we became casters. Yeah, we don't work
Exactly,
9 to
there
5s.
you go. Okay.
For all the casters out there that do work 9 to 5s, we're sorry. But not that sorry.
No. Okay. Marshall's on the deck. Kaoru will be bringing that long-range game potentially over toward mid, but no, not the case. They'll be looking at down A short.
Ooh.
Yet in this moment, Greedy Vicus doesn't even need to worry about Spectres. They've got the classic. They're good to go. The dash won't be available. They'll run out of time, but you got to go around the corner. Here is VV1 lighting it up. It's just leaving seriously Serial, but they've got a Spectre in hand. Watch behind, watching their back. That's good for one. Might be able to bring out a second before they fall. No, it's VV1 though. At least 2 do lose their weapons, so it isn't that massive success bonus that the Gothic Knights could have had.
Yeah, I mean, they did more than I expected during that bonus round, especially with how good the crossfires were from the Raiders. And I mean, if you look at it, right, Karu's going to be on a Deagle. KX Star only has the Ghost. And then on the side of Gothic Knights, right, they're going to have a complete full buy here. So they should be able to win this round and push it to 6-9, which is nice, but also a pretty good score line to have. You're going to be moving into what should be your stronger half on the attacking side. But, oh, Karu taking a much more aggressive angle, but the flash will be enough to push him off that angle.
V-Bike is just out of the reach for that utility and will commit the tailwind. Here's the shot from Karu. And that is a Vandal if they're able to secure it. No one else is waiting for him. So they can secure that weapon and make their move and continue this flank. This is what the Raiders like to do. They like to get on that offense. They like to push the offensive. They'll get the chance to do just that. But now it's just a single way of taking this one. Forcing out the null command. It's time to make a move. No one will be able to stop them unless their name is VV1 and KX Star. Just with the ghosts and the specters, nothing that could possibly be done by the Gothic Knights, and they'll lose all their rifles. That's 10 rounds here for the Raiders.
That's just a huge fumble by the Gothic Knights, right? First off, if you lose a player on A main, hey, sometimes the other team, they hit a great deagle shot. It happens. But guess what? Now you have to fight A main. You cannot let that rifle fall into the other hands. You have to A, refrag, and B, confirm that that rifle is not going to be lost. But we see that they just completely fall off, leave that rifle there for the taking. And then they try and force into not only the most close range site almost in the game. I mean, Beast Sight Ascent is very close range in a lot of areas where crossfires are easy to come by, but they also do it with a man disadvantage. No. Group up, force the issue A main, take the fight. The Deagle can hit good shots, but you have more firepower in that A main situation. Take the fight, walk into A main, plant the bomb. It's not that hard. Okay, it is kind of hard, but the point is you don't have to make it harder than it has to be.
Not to mention you're going into a site that's completely set up with Peter. You know, they've got all the utility that they could possibly need. You're going to walk right into it, sure. You've got the lockdown, but it's only 4 seconds. It gives Peter the opportunity to run it back and just keep your eyes on those swarms, and that'll be it. That's all you need to do. You know, it's not about whether or not the utility is in range of that no command. As long as Peter's gone, you have that major risk, but it's another risk that they take. VV1 here with the Phantom, waiting for the stack coming on through. It's a walk, but it is a trade out, so they do have a rifle under their control.
Yeah, and this is another thing, right? Kind of now the misstep is in the favor of the Raiders here. I really wish we could do a whole seminar on how to play an anti-eco, but when you're playing against the anti-eco, there's no reason to take these 1vx gunfights where you know that the attackers are going to be stacked up. Peter's going to get a great refrag, though, onto Serial. That is massive, and now taking the gunfight here with Suerte will win it as Suerte's on low HP, and now it really does feel like Gothic Knights has lost this, and really the early peak is not that big of a deal from VV1, but I'm still going to get angry about it.
I mean, yeah, I've got my flashcards, my PowerPoint slides to say, hey, don't do this.
Professor Neon's coming to town, all right? I'm not happy with how these kids are playing their anti-ecos nowadays, all right? Now, back in my day, you wouldn't play anti-ecos like this. I don't know what back in my day refers to. Valorant's not that old of a game.
How old are you to be back in your day?
Yeah, honestly, it's not that far back.
Well, regardless, we've got just 2 sheriffs on play and 4 players looking down right here, or 3 at least. On the back line, they do have some presence. Karu with the Marshall. Doesn't matter, though. It's a cleanup. Very easy. Actually, no. Yeah, even more deadly. But it's an easy cleanup. VV1 has the money, and regardless, the rest of the squad has plenty of fat stacks to work with in case they lose the next couple of rounds.
Yeah, this is really where the Gothic Knights, I mean, you gotta group up and you gotta go into sight. You have to trust your players to hit their shots, and you have to trust your teammates to trade effectively here, right? You've got seriously Cyril playing well, Suerte's playing well, Justin's playing pretty good, Sasha and Greedy. I mean, Greedy is one of the best players we've seen throughout this series, yet, on this map, it just seems like they haven't been able to entry into the site effectively, and they haven't been refragged effectively. And so in this case scenario, you gotta just go go in, trust your players to refrag each other here. They are going to pop the attacking KJ ult, and they would be smart to wait for this KJ ult to actually force the players to back up, but not quite. Greedy will take the opening fight, takes out Peter, loses a lot of HP for it, but now the site's been regained.
I mean, it's the risk versus reward. They finally did get that site. It's been such a long time since a plant has been put into play by this squad. I think it's the first time, actually. Now we have Kairu. Yop up top. Could be a little bit of a difficult situation. V1 dropping down. They've got that cloud burst to give them a little bit of cover, but no, they've been spotted shooting through the smoke. Maybe they can save themselves. It's the dismiss. They can get through behind the dice, but there's shots coming from everywhere. And finally, success will be the word of the day for the Gothic Knights. Their first round here in the attacking half after a nice 4 streak for the Raiders.
Yeah, I really expected a little bit better on the attacking side from the Gothic Knights after how good their attack was on Bind, but clearly it was much more that Bind was Gothic Knights' map. They know that map inside and out, especially on attack, and here on Ascent, they're struggling a little bit. We're seeing some mistakes on attack that the Gothic Knights just simply didn't make on Bind, right? There are areas where I think that they traded a whole lot better on Bind. There are areas where I think they executed better. I think there was some better utility usage. They did a lot of things on Bind better, and obviously it's because they rehearsed Bind a little bit better than they have Ascent, or at least so far. Or maybe it really is just the fact that, you know, the Raiders are playing a lot better, reacting better to what the Gothic Knights are doing, and playing better on their own map pick. And maybe it is also just the fact that the Raiders woke up.
The Raiders woke up, but also, I mean, we were talking about Greedy Vicus and how they were always getting some off-angle kills, some good picks by lurking, but there really hasn't been an ability to lurk in this map. I think it becomes difficult because there's usually somebody or a stronger player holding a close angle like VV1. You can't really lurk on them because that just turns into a straight dangerous duel. But now we've got a bit of danger in mid as well, as seriously Serial doesn't know what's going on. Finally, it's Garu here with Yop, but we've got Gritty finally able to live up to their name. Hit their feed of greed. VV1 though. And Sasha, it's just a battle of chicken, and VV1 wins it out.
Yeah, and now it's a question of, do you want to try and hard commit here on B? It looks like that's what Gothic Knights wants to do. They're going to try and force the issue. Peter's in a good position, but Justin hits the shot. That's massive. A KX star right there for the refrag, and Suerte's actually just going to leave. Said, bye, I'm going to go to A site. I'm going to plant the bomb, and I hope my teammate makes it here in time. It looks like, yeah, Plant's going to go down in good time, and he's going to make his way to Tree. Or she, excuse me, is going to make her way to Tree, but now it's about how are they going to hold this properly just from the Tree position. There's no A main presence. They have to do this entire post plant from the Tree position. They're going to hold a good crossfire here. Grady hits a nice shot on a KX star, drops him. Suerte with a huge paranoia and ends up finding Chowder, and now it's a 2v1. Maybe I was mistaken. The Tree position, excellent for the post plant is Greedy. Just playing around here as Suerte goes to heaven. McGreedy with that sound bait from heaven is able to take out BB1, and this is looking a lot better from Gothic Knights.
That was a beautiful play from Suerte and Greedy, having that crossfire, getting each other's backs to the wall, looking it down, waiting for someone to come from either garden or from sight. Beautiful play, and I think the ability to send out that paranoia the second that you gate that first contact, because you realize, oh, that's the first death. Someone's going to want to trade that if they want to really win this round. So Suerte having that great timing on the paranoia, perfect. I did believe in that that round as winnable. They proved me wrong. The Gothic Knights in conjunction, a deadly duo indeed. Suerte. Okay, Greedy Vicus, goodbye. But at least seriously, Serial can bring in some sort of punishment. In the end, he'll still be down one man.
Yeah, that's a massive trade from Chowder. That's a huge support of your aggressive jet. Now they're just going to fall back and play man advantage. You see, they really don't even need to have presence on B site. They just need to watch that B main walkout. And then you've got Chowder on A site and a huge presence mid. And part of this is because they don't quite have the gun advantage in this situation. They were really relying on the jet knives and the refrag potential there. And now that they've found that man advantage, they just got to play it right. And KX Star will be able to find Suerte. Now it's a 2v4. And this situation looks wonderful from Raiders. It looks like they'd like to push this to map point right here and now.
There's no reason not to, but you can't get greedy. Justin ensuring there's nobody in wine, and, you know, a strong use of the shock darts. Not exactly the best one. Oh, so close to being able to secure this site. But now VV1 held it down. They're going to continue to hold things up. You've only got one player left. It's Sasha. She's all alone in the 1v3 and 20 seconds left. There's no way. It's got to be a save. And what a round to save on. It's going to be match point right after this.
10 seconds
Yeah,
left.
should be match point here for the Raiders in just a second. This is a unfortunate situation for the Gothic Knights, right? They're down quite a few rounds. I'm not really sure if they're going to have a full buy here. They should at least have some players with a full buy. Greedy Vicus and Suerte for sure will have a full buy, but it looks like Justin may need to get bought by a teammate. Not sure if there's going to be room for a teammate to buy, but either way, I mean, the economy is definitely it's an issue, but let's be honest. If they lose this round, it doesn't matter because the game will be over. What really matters right now is the fact that they've been struggling to put up rounds on attack. They got 2 in a row where they looked really comfortable, but since then, well, that last round did not look so comfy.
No, absolutely not. But here's some real anger, aggression. Starting off with the no command. Nobody's holding it close this time around. And they'll even follow it up with the Hunter's Fury, but they lined up so close together that VV1 had an easy spray down. 2 gone. They can get the stabilization, but the second that sound cue came through, it's the Hunter's Fury might be able to find some success with Sasha. As they can take the site, they bring the lockdown in return. Peter dies though. The lockdown will have no effect, and in the attempt to defend it, Suerte picks up 2.
That's going to be so... Oh, Caro's in a great position here.
Oh, no!
The shot, Justin, that's huge. That is massive. That maintains B-main control and secures the fact that it's going to be a 1v3 for KX Star here. The only comfort that we can provide is the fact that one player on the side of Gothic Knights is low HP and Justin's isolated, but that's it. KX Star has to find the frag here and won't. Justin comes up huge in that round and secures round number 8 for Gothic Knights, or I should say point number 8 for Gothic Knights, as they are still down quite a bit here. They'd still need at least 4 rounds just to bring it to OT.
Wow. Oh, man. Karu got clipped on that one. That was an insane turn on. And if they were able to secure that kill, that would most certainly have led us to Breeze. But they're staying alive. They're not going down. Not yet. And the rifles are in hand. Karu doesn't have that full buy, bringing out the Marshal this time. And this is a critical round. It's lost here by the Raiders. I mean, their eco is going to be down. They're going to be fighting an uphill battle just to close things out.
Yeah, and I mean, this is really where there is potential for the Knights to equalize this and send it to OT and make this a 2-0 OT victory, but it's going to be close. They've got to be nearly perfect for the rest of this game, because even if they win this round, right, and we push it to 9-12, the Raiders are going to eco next round, and then they're back on a full buy at, what would that be, 10-12? Oh, wow. Huge trades back and forth. Peter finds Greedy, but Serial's right there for the refrag. Now it's VV1 in a awkward gunfight, and Serial's able to find it. VV1's been so electric throughout this game that Serial understands that that is a possibility. They're going to pop the ult basically just to secure the fact that site's going to be safe as they walk into it, because the site's already been vacated, but they want to 100% confirm that. Nearly a shot from Kairu, but Serial has just been pristine with the Vandal this round.
Yeah, all 3 kills going to their name.
Spike
They
planted.
have the spike planted. AX Star will catch Sasha off guard. No one was checking heaven in that moment. It's still a 2-on-3. Paranoia goes out, but got the 0 point to realize someone's still here. Chowder locked off from the doorway. They'll break it open, reveal their position, but they're low on health. They're worse for wears. The flash drive, but nothing to be done. Recon Owl can find anything, but it'll go beyond the smoke. What's the plan here, though? Might be a Paranoia there, waiting for it, but the second that they drop down, it's seriously Serial there for a 4K. Justin pops out as well, and this is another round under the belt of the Gothic Knights. 9-12, 3 more until overtime, but it's looking closer and closer.
The big thing here is the fact that they're going to be going up against a pretty harsh eco, right? As long as they don't get, you know, basically destroyed by Karu with that Deagle or VV1 with the one singular rifle that's being brought, they should be in a comfortable spot to push it to 10-12. But again, right? That's still 2 rounds away from OT, and 2 rounds in a row is the most that they've won on this attacking side. A huge aggression here. Kairo's going to be able to find Greedy Vikings, and there's no refrag there. They have to fight for these rifles. They cannot allow these guns to get away. Serial's going to find one, but again, they have to fight this. They have to get in there, but instead they're going to leave, and they're going to try and put presence on B, but meanwhile, they're just not finding anything on B. If they want to put that pressure into B, they've got to go now while they know that the A main is completely filled with defenders.
I mean, that was a tough situation. They had a moment to keep things under pressure, but the paranoia hitting a teammate, that was kind of a big issue, so they had to give up that position. They had to leave it off. Peter, the lone defender, can't activate any of the utility. They will be spotted out. They've only got the Ghost. And thankfully for the Gothic Knights, no one will fall to that one. They can get the plant in. What else do they have going for them? Not much in terms of setup. They do have the Owl Drone. Potentially could find somebody. Might be able to spot Kairu. That won't be the case.
That could be a huge start. Oh, but it doesn't quite catch Swerte in time. No wallbang potential, and now 4v3. This should be Gothic Knights sending Raiders into a deeper spiral, but VV1 makes it close by finding Swerte.
Here breaks the dart, but Sasha's good, and Justin as well. It leaves VV1 all alone, but they've got the crossfire. I believe they saw a Serial for just half a second, but maybe they didn't make the connection. Regardless, it is another Gothic Knights round. This is a nail-biter every time. Every round that the Knights win, it feels like the Raiders are just one step away from getting this victory. And this is a similar situation to Bind, where the victory, it's just slipping away from the team in the lead, but this time it's the Raiders who are losing their ground.
Yeah, and if things go the way that they did last map, that it means that the Raiders will close it out right here on a full gun round. They'll be able to make it, put it all together and make it work. But the Gothic Knights, man, they have really shown some grit here. And a little bit of adaptivity. Geez, they've shown some adaptive thinking so far. They've made some great connections, and they've been quick on their feet, but we've got to see a little bit more. Oh, this could be dangerous up mid from Karu. Don't know if they'll catch Sasha. They do find the turret. Sasha swings, gets a lot of damage onto VV1, and we'll find Karu. That's huge. Now you've got VV1 on low HP, and you've taken out a huge fragger in Karu. And now a large part of this falls onto players like Peter and KX Star. They really need to show up now when their team needs them.
I mean, if they delay any longer, this could be an issue. Once that smoke dissipates, be able to bring it on through. But no, they won't wait. It's Chowder looking for the shots, but they find none. None of them land. And Peter's blocked off from the Nano Swarm, so they can't even make a move. Paranoia comes through, but Suerte, she's out of the bag. She'll play it safe. Peter is able to secure a kill, but regardless, it's still a 4v3 for this post-plant scenario. VV1 with the wall bang. Goodbye, Vicus. No orb to be able to suck. Still at 4 HP. Still in a moment of vulnerability. Peter is coming up huge. They don't have to do anything. It's Peter who's rocking the house.
This is going to be so difficult. Sasha in this difficult situation. The spam's out there. KXR hits a huge shot. Justin gets VV1, but now has to rely on the shock darts. Only 50 HP and has to hit the spam. Does get KX Star, and now it's all on Peter. Peter's been massive this round already, but it's all on Justin. Swings through the smoke, finds a 3K. That is massive there from NJCU in a clutch situation. They show up just enough to win that round, but the Raiders, wow, they got that one close.
I mean, the spray cam is on point. That's what I look like right now. I am so surprised. The Gothic Knights, again, Neon. Again, every round seems like the Raiders have done it with the retake. They blocked it off. They have 3v2, a winnable situation. It should be done, but having the shock dart, having the spray through the smoke, it's still able to be won. Justin, a huge victory here. And it's only going to take them one more to bring it to OT. And this moment, they might have the strong arm. They might play it forcefully into B. Are they going to play it safe? One thing about the Gothic Knights is that we never know what their plan is going to be.
Yeah, they've been so dynamic throughout this attacking half, especially. It seems like every round they have something different up their sleeves. But, I mean, there's got to be a lot of nerves right here. This strat has to work. This is the one round to, basically confirm a win of the series, or to send it to the next map where everything is completely reset, right? It basically becomes a best of one at that point. But what they do have is a massive KJ ult, and Greedy Vicus does expect the aggression. Chowder's right there for it. KX Star does find the refrag, though, as Greedy Vicus drops. That's a huge spam through the smoke. But now, this is where things get awkward. 4v4, potential retake coming out. KX Star in heaven trying to find the first pick, but the plant will go down.
Here's Karu. Going on through the realize. Well, here is a turret by the side of Dice. Peter opens things up, turning into a 4v3. Jumping down Karu in the smoke. They'll get killed before they can find anyone. And Justin's all alone again in a 1v2, but they can't close it out. Not 2 times in a row. And the Raiders will win 13-11. An even closer matchup that we saw from before on Bind. And we're taking all the way to the decider of Breeze.
That was an incredibly close map, and it wasn't just incredibly close because, one side dominated on attack, then the other side came back on attack. It was close because on both sides, both teams had so much going for them. A 7-5 half, followed by nearly a 7-5 return on the opposite side. But all in all, a beautiful map from the Raiders. They definitely slipped a little bit in that second half, but they did just enough to bring it home and win it for their team. But now we are going to Breeze. What did you think about that last map, though, Loss?
I mean, that was just crazy. That was just crazy. It was a real step up from what we saw, I would say, across the board. I'm talking specifically Peter. Peter stepped up in a huge way. I mean, on Bind, they only got 4 kills. This time they were rocking with a big 15, and I think a Killjoy is a much better position, a much better agent for them to run with, and that was just beautiful all around. We were talking about Kaoru being the all-star. This time, VV1, the 30 bomb to win it out. And it was just a beautiful play from everybody involved. I mean, Chowder, hey, good darts and whatnot. But regardless, they were able to bring it out, and I'm loving this response from the Raiders.
Yeah, and now, I mean, this is essentially a best of one on Breeze, right? Everything is even. The only difference on this map is going to be fatigue and repetition. Both these teams now have experience with each other, and both of these teams have now been playing for, what has it been, well over 2 hours. So, I mean, this is definitely going to be a tough map for both of these teams, but, I really just hope it's as close as the last two.
Hey, well, we'll find out as we head to Breeze right after this break. So don't go anywhere, folks. The Valorant action continues right after this. And we're back. The final map. It's such a back and forth battle that we've seen between the Raiders and the Gothic Knights, but it all comes down to this. It's Breeze, the best of one, and we'll see who will be the best of these two teams. I'm Los, joined by Neon Black, and Neon, it's the Raiders, it's the Knights. Who would have thought we'd get to a map 3? What are your thoughts heading into this?
Well, I mean, I really just, I said it best. It's a best of one, right? Because we've seen both teams have their highs, both teams have their lows, and it really is completely up in the air in terms of how these two teams are going to perform on Breeze. And that's the other thing. Breeze is a very different map compared to both Bind and Ascent. It's a much more open map. We didn't play Haven. We didn't even play something like Icebox that has a lot of those, really open areas. And we also didn't see a whole lot of fighting in mid. Both teams preferred to take it straight to A main, straight to B main, and potentially lurk mid. There were not really big mid gunfights really at all during that Ascent game. We saw it here and there, but not a whole lot. So I have some big questions about how things are going to go on Breeze. I definitely could see a situation where one team goes kind of crazy and we end up with a 13-5 game. But I also see a situation where we go into overtime and it's a ridiculously close game. I have no idea because Breeze is such a different map and both of these teams have played almost night and day different depending on what round it is and how one player decides to show up. It's a very neck and neck game that could go either way here on Breeze. But I want to hear what you think. What do you think about these two teams on this map?
Well, I'm thinking that this is going to be a greedy Vicus playground because we saw them lurking all the time, taking those long-range fights. I mean, most of the time, Vicus was barrel stuffing anybody who came to play on B long. They were always getting close and taking those close op shots. So this is a good moment for them to reprise that role, make the offense just a huge win for them. Play it up mid, maybe play it through cave, or even in the B main window. There's so many opportunities for this op to find value, but I mean, it'll have to wait. We'll have to see if Vicus can find success, build up that cash flow, and get to that point. But now we're seeing an adjustment of pretty much everybody else. Justin no longer on the Sova. Suerte swapping it up to a Sova.
Goodness.
Sasha here as the Viper. And seriously, Serial on the Jet. It's a complete musical chairs setup.
Yeah, I mean, other than Greedy on the Chamber, which I think is what we saw on the first map, I really don't see a single player. And Chowder's still on the sofa, but that's kind of it. I mean, this is a huge switch up. VV1 has been on Duelist every single time. Karu's been on Duelist every single time. And now we've got Peter on the Duelist, and only one Duelist, which is odd. And then we've got Seriously Serial kind of back on that Duelist role, but now it's on a Jet, not a Raze. So like everything is different here. Very confusing, very hard to keep up with. I mean, we've seen KX Star on the Omen twice, and this is kind of what I mean, that Breeze is such a different map. This map could play completely different to how the previous two maps have played entirely. So I really don't know how this map could go. It could go literally any way possible.
Yeah, I'm liking it. I'm looking forward to it. But Neon, what are our thoughts on your, the Asian of your namesake? I was about to say, what are the thoughts on Neon? Didn't really get much of an opportunity to check that out because they got sniped all the way through the pyramids. Seriously, Serial sending more shots down range and not much of a response. They're pretty much just taking but not giving. I mean, if Karu is able to secure a shot onto Serial with that Headhunter, that could be all she wrote, at least for the Jet, but they're not giving anything.
Yeah, now it's just going to be a slow case of what can the Raiders find through a soft lurk and just holding long angles, right? Can they find a pick? Can they find a free 1v1 that they can win? Because executing on site is going to be really difficult with such a huge man disadvantage. I will say, though, Gothic Knights, they haven't really rotated too much. Wow. Okay, Karu with a trade back, Justin right back as well, and now it's going to be a 1v3 all in a short area, and Suerte with a huge shock dart. Beautiful to see from her, and honestly, I'm kind of excited for Suerte on the Sova because I think when you have a talented player like we've seen Suerte throughout this series on Sova, it is just awesome watching a combination of great gun skill, great game sense, and the immense amount of information that Sova grants.
Yeah, I mean, just having the ability to take that fight, or not really a fight, send out that shock dart from the safety, because Suerte, she was only one shot away from death as well, so that could have gone either way, at least in that instance, you know. The hand heavily favored the Gothic Knights. As we go on, now we have an opportunity to see what NPC Peter on the Neon is capable of bringing. I think that last map gave confidence to this player to take more fights, because they were certainly having those great shots, more so than previously on Bind. That's a good shot from Vicus, and the safety to just TP away with the rendezvous. We'll keep it safe, and they can find any follow-up that comes on through. Peter coming in with the high gear. Doesn't see anyone yet. Second they turn that corner, Vicus is ready with the shot.
Oh, great flick there from Vicus, finds Peter, and just like that, it looks like this defense is holding fine. But look at where the KO of KX is. He is in such a sneaky location. This could be a potential couple kills coming out just based off of location alone. B1 does hit a nice shot, and KX would be the one to finish it off on the Suerte. But now his position's known. The Marshal rotates. Greedy doesn't hit the shot, but just like that, seriously, Serial capitalizes on the confusion and finds a quick two-piece to end the bonus.
Yeah, a little bit of a crazy maneuver. We saw the Karu wanted to do a little 360 jump, save the day, but that will not be the case regardless. It is a rifle round here for the Raiders. I'm wondering if they're going to take those long-range engagements down mid. We haven't really seen it. It was up through elbow, but, you know, you're not going to run up mid by the pillar with a classic, are you? So this is their real chance to pull up and show what they've got. They need to have a mid presence just to put a little bit of pressure. Of course, they got this toxic screen to split the sight of A, but if you're not having any pressure from double doors, it's going to be a lackluster attack.
KX Star gets that orb, already very close to having that KO ultimate. Big knife and a stun comes in. Big wall as well from the Neon. Gets a lot of space, and Peter will find that kill, but also on low HP. Caro finds one, immediately traded by Seriously Serial, and Seriously Serial able to find another before KX Star gets the refrag. And now 3v2, not the best bonus so far from the Raiders, but they do have man advantage. Now they've just got to play post plant and try and maintain this big weapons advantage that they have.
Vicus with the rendezvous option. They'll need to place that second totem further along with this retake. Spotted out by the Owl Drone, even though it just dissipates the second it sees them. There's Chowder. He's going to take the shot. No longer having the ability to bring out the Headhunter. Only armed with the Spectre. Vicus has no chance. They will be able to take out 3 rifles from the hands of Milwaukee.
Yeah, that's actually a really good bonus from Gothic, because, I mean, if you look at the Raiders, right, they're only going to be able to buy in 3 of their teammates. 2 of them, you know, obviously carried those rifles in from the previous round, but now, yeah, I mean, this is going to be a really uncomfortable buy from the Raiders, while the Gothic Knights, after, you know, winning 2 rounds and then just dropping the bonus, they should have a complete buy, or at least a complete enough buy, as Seriously Serial will be able to pop those jet knives, and Greedy Vicus will have the light shield, but also have an operator at his disposal.
The Raiders are allergic to mid. I understand not doing it now, but they do not like sending players up mid regardless of the map. There's some sight purists.
Definitely have noticed that as well. They really do not like putting too much mid presence. Suerte finds one, but getting pressured from a lot of angles. Finds a second on a VV1. 2 huge kills. Chowder gets the refrag, but Seriously Serial finds one on the NC. Peter Chowder will get the refrag onto Serial, but now 3v2 in the attack. Already starting to stutter a bit, as it's just the Sova and the Chamber trying to find what they can. Arrow in an awkward situation finds the kill on the Sasha, but now both players going to be on questionable HP. The Op in a precarious situation. This is a little close range for Greedy's liking, but Chowder will actually start to run towards B, and the Op doesn't quite catch him out. Make that never mind, as Greedy will find Chowder, and now it's all on Karu. In an awkward spot, Justin will find the kill, and that's the 3rd round on the board already for Gothic. And this is kind of what I'm saying, where Normally, Kairu, KX, and VV1, and even Peter would be on the top of the leaderboard, but here, they're struggling a bit. Chowder is actually the one on the top of the leaderboard, and really none of them are kind of outperforming themselves, and we may only be 4 rounds in, but remember how present VV1 and Kairu were on those pistol rounds before, and now you're falling back onto an eco. It's 3-1. Things are already looking a little awkward for the Raiders, and I think part of that may be because on this map, taking those long-range gunfights really do favor the Gothic Knights. They have those players that can press those long angles.
Yeah, it's interesting that they wouldn't give BV1 an agent or play the agent that has the tools to take those initial engagements, but okay, Spike planted, Peter able to get away with the high gear and the slide. So, I mean, there is something. What's the post plan setup? Not a single soul is even looking at the Spike right now, and they're all stocked up, watching by a lobby, but nothing's there. No one is going in that direction. In fact, all of the pressure is being brought from the site proper. The second this smoke dissipates, that'll be an issue because we've got Vicus here with the op. Kaoru with the tour de force. Might look again, but we've got that Hunter's Fury. And they'll find two! Chowder with the double here with the Hunter's Fury, and actually softens up Sasha enough that they don't even have a chance. It's all over. This placement in the lobby somehow came to fruition. They won it out. They committed some ultimates, but it was so very worth it.
That was a huge round for the Raiders. I mean, yeah, they committed some ultimates, but that was a huge thrifty. They went into that with, I think, at max, a Spectre or two, like, and a Deagle here or there, and it literally just came down to Peter running into sight, putting the plant down under the kind of hecticness that was that early round, and then just getting out. And then it was just a matter of let's play for our utility, play for our advantage, and they won it solely off of that, and now you're pushing the Gothic Knights into a little bit more awkward of a bye. I mean, I say a little bit, but Sasha quite literally has a pistol, Gun here.
Yeah, a little bit of an awkward situation. Yet,
I
mean,
but a free
how many
Spectre
times?
at least.
How many times have we seen the Gothic Knights run it through in one spawn? If they are able to pinch on this one, this could be crazy. Vicus with an opening shot. That's the Spike spotted. Spike down as well. And they won't be able to follow up any further. Even just wait a minute. Serial somehow picks up 2, and this is an incredibly doable moment here for Suerte. She's got it, just the sheriff in hand. There's weapons around. Find one, she can pick it up. Catch Peter off guard like this. That could have spelled disaster for the Raiders, but no. Successful save round, though. Taking off 3 guns out of the hands of the Raiders. It's nice. It'll cost them a bit, but they are still in control. They'll have enough for the first buy here.
It's crazy that we are a quarter of a way through this game, and yet it almost feels like we're still in the bonus round because of how much eco has come into play. And the matter of the fact is just that Breeze is such an eco-dependent map. Really, there are a few maps in this game where the economy is so impactful on how the game is played, and Breeze is one of those maps that accentuates it because of how powerful the op and having a rifle is. Speak of the op, Greedy Vicus finds a beautiful early frag onto Chowder via a free operator, which is another reason why Chamber is so prevalent on this map, and for the first time I believe we're seeing a Chamber on both teams.
To be sure, yes. And we have Vicus. They're still the only line of defense here. I mean, the presence of 2 players mid, not exactly necessary, but VV1 does fall. I mean, that is probably the first time that they've sent someone up mid near pillar, and it does work out for them. It'll make them think twice about doing it again, but even so, you've got Greedy Vicus. They're feeling the greed, and they've got a taste of blood. Peter tries to run away. They only fall into the open arms of Seriously Serial, who's really leading the pack at this point.
It feels like the Gothic Knights have kind of been controlling this game so far, but in reality, it's 4-3. This game is still pretty up in the air. The Raiders are going to be going back onto an eco, but remember how well that eco went for them just a few rounds ago. Like, the Raiders are definitely clawing and kicking their way back into this game, or I should say they are clawing and kicking their way to stay in this game. They're continuously finding ways to maintain themselves in this kind of awkward situation that they find themselves in, where Gothic Knights have been controlling these long lines of sight. But Either way, just staying with the Gothic Knights is not going to be enough. They really have to try and find themselves some momentum somewhere. KXR takes an early one mid. Not going to turn out too well as Greedy Vicus is waiting with the rendezvous to boot.
And now we've created a reason for the Raiders to not go mid, or at least the Gothic Knights have.
Oh, no.
No, history has repeated itself. History has repeated itself with Kaoru pulling up on a Sova with the perfect opportunity, with a free kill, only to get turned on. This is pain.
That one hurts.
This is
That one
pain
hurts.
in its purest form.
I feel that one in my soul. Peter will find one more before the round goes away, but Greedy Vicus huge with the 3K, and Gothic Knights will put 5 on the board, and just for those of you in chat who watched that and felt a physical shudder through your body, you're not the only one. Yeah, that's happened to me before in a ranked game, and it hurts. It's not fun. Poor Karu. We apologize for that graphic display of pain on screen, but it's all part of this game that we call Valorant. Either way, not the worst eco in the world from the Raiders. They got 1, and they are going to be on a full buy here, which is nice, but admittedly, that's not a great way to start out a round.
No. Now that we've got Greedy Vicus in a position where they can opt freely, that's just a major threat. You will see them continue to dominate here on the A site, or wherever they decide to hold up. Of course, the toxic screen going to block them off. VV1 will have to deal with those flankers. You've got 2 coming up. That'll be a real big issue to take on. As soon as this retake starts to commence, it's seriously Serial looking for the first shot, but VV1 cannot contain this flank. Now they have an opportunity. Tailwind activated. They're looking around the corner. Here comes the flash drive, but no one is there to greet it. Chowder does hold it down, denies the no command any effect. But in the end, seriously, Serial with the 3K shuts down the cave, and it is a flawless. I mean, is it technically? Yeah, they're gonna save Justin. Maybe? Yes. It's a flawless round. It was really up in the air, Neon.
Man, this is starting to get really tough for the Raiders. I mean, VV1 especially, like, you know, last map, every time VV1 got into a gunfight, it was like, if VV1 didn't win it, it was unexpected. Yeah, you know, he was just fragging out. He was playing incredibly well, playing at a high level, like everything was going his way. And now to watch him really struggle on this map is a little unfortunate.
Out of town, I mean, just a name that's come up in excitement multiple times, not having that same impact, not having the, you know, the excitement we've previously seen, a little lackluster, a little disappointing even. But, you know, there's still plenty of time to bring this into a 6-6 half. Can come back from this, but I mean, the momentum shift, the pendulum swing is not in their favor whatsoever.
Yeah, and I'm not sure because I did not check during the intermission of the round. I was a little busy talking. But I believe this is a pretty big eco for the Raiders. I don't think that they are even able to buy into this round, and they've already lost 2 players. I mean, Gothic Knights, they're in a really comfy situation here. This is the first time we've really seen a team dominate on defense, but KX Star will find one. And it looks like they actually didn't have to eco this round, but Sasha will shut down Karu with that op. And Sasha's just going to fall back. She knows that she's getting pressed from multiple angles. Not able to find the first one from the KX Star, but Greedy Vicus is able to find VV1. And it's all on KX Star. There's an op that he has to challenge, and he has to start to worry about getting the spike down with only 20 seconds left on the board, trying to make his way to back sight. But the spike is just in a precarious area. Flash goes in, doesn't find much. 12 seconds left on the board. KX now getting pressed from multiple different angles, and seriously, Serial's right there to clean him up and deny any chance of a clutch. And just like that, I mean, we're at 7-3 now. This is Gothic Knights, how they were playing on map 1.
Absolutely. And an issue that we're finding here is with just a Viper, you don't have much of an opportunity to isolate a smoke and deny an angle onto the opposing chamber, onto that op. You can't cut it off. Maybe the poison orb can do something like that, but you need to be in a close and dangerous position to get it anywhere near the sight line of the upholder. Vicus just having a field day, and all the while they're bringing that pressure in one sight line. Seriously, Serial is having a field day. They're running all over the place, even on top of the pyramid. You can't block that off. You've got no clue.
Yeah. Ult will go down, though. They really want to try and confirm this round, and KX Star will actually be able to find Suerte. That's huge, but Vicus immediately with a refrag. And I mean, this op has just been such a presence, and while this Viper's Pit is going to deny some of that op's capability, it doesn't nullify it entirely, and you're still on not the best buy, so you're still relying on trying to win close range gunfights, and seriously, Serial now becomes the primary issue. VV1 does find Greedy Vicus, so the op is no longer an issue, but VV1 dancing around on site, finds another on the Sasha, now in a 2v2. Cairo in a little bit of an awkward situation, dancing around in the smoke, and Cairo and V1 will finally be able to get another round on the board for the Raiders, but I mean, that was awkward.
Last round in the half.
Yeah, to say the least. I mean, there was a few instances of the Gothic Knights just running it in because, well, I mean, they didn't have any options and the time was running out. So a perfect storm, a clown fiesta allows VV1 to earn that round win. And they can close it out with a nice 7-5, a respectable scoreline to get through into this first half. But I don't know if that will be allowed. It won't be acceptable here for the Gothic Knights. You can even see the Odin making its debut on Breeze. Along with that tour de force, looking in every direction.
All right. Fast execute here. It looks like Raiders have decided they want to go speed first. Chowder's going to find the first, but that's a huge Odin spam, and Justin is right there in support. That's a 3K now for Justin, putting them all on the ground. It's all on VV1, and just like that, it was a fast push, but it was just as fast as the loss.
Yeah, and again, no pressure from mid. Greedy Vicus just had free reign. I don't believe anyone even looked in that direction because they were feeling confident with that toxic screen to keep them from, being turned on, keep them from being hit from the left side of the site once you make it out. But not having that pressure is just such a big issue. You cannot leave that area uncontested, even if you just have one player. Kind of sending shots toward double doors, making a little bit of noise. It'll make the double doors player think twice. And Greedy Vicus, they won't contest that. They won't just leave their back so open. And it does divide the attention of the defenders. But not having that, and just keeping an easy focused cave, is a huge detriment. Now, we've seen how they've defended. Time to see what the Gothic Knights can do on their attack. And I think they're going to explode onto the site once we see some recon from this Aldrome.
Yeah, this is where we're really going to see, is this going to be a close game like the previous two maps, or is Gothic really ready for Breeze a lot more than the Raiders are? We'll see in just a moment, but already it looks like so far the defense has gone all right for the Raiders with the utility being used, but VV1 alone on site, trying to dance around, trying to find the shots. Great headshot there. That's a huge dink, and able to deny the plant from Sasha, and VV1 staying alive on site. Greedy Vicus will be able to find Karu, who was trying to come on the support of this player on site. The plant will try and go down again. Somehow it is denied again by Chowder, but seriously, Serial's right there for a refrag, and now a 3v3, but the low HP on Gothic Knights is going to be an issue. Suarte, though, does make the man count a little bit more in their favor with that kill on the KX Star, but Peter is able to land the shots on the Suerte, but is also cleaned up by Justin, and now it's all on Chowder. The only benefit here is that both players are on low HP, but Chowder himself low as well.
That was an absolute mess, and it started with not realizing Suerte was still by B lobby. Walking right past gave you a loss of a first kill, but Chowder isolates one. Justin's all gone. Seriously, Serial was only one right click away, but the headshot with the ghost secures it. That pistol round was way more tense than it needed to be, Neon.
That was a very close, very hectic, very fast-paced pistol round that honestly, it's a miracle that the Gothic Knights won that, but also the Raiders surprised me a little bit with how well they hung on to Scythe there for a minute. The problem was at the end of the day, it went in the favor of Gothic Knights, and the Raiders are not in a situation where they can lose a close pistol round and still be right there in the running to win this game. I mean, Gothic Knights, they're now on a bonus, should be able to push this up to 10-4 if nothing goes astray, but ooh, man, if the Raiders had won that game, this might have been very close.
Absolutely, and no poison orb, it's just a toxic screen, but it was activated too late. Regardless, VV1 starts things off with a kill, but they'll still be taken down because of that recon dart. Site isolated with the toxic screen. They will get the spike down. Players behind the half wall. Peter doesn't want to take this fight. They don't want the smoke. They'll back off. KX Star now bringing in some support. All they've got is a flash drive, though, and the re-0 point. Just 10 seconds, but 10 seconds, will it be too late for that to even matter? Here's the toxic screen again, and there goes all of your information. Flash drive, walking right through Suerte. She doesn't get the kill immediately, but it is secured in the end. And potentially, Kairu makes up for their mistakes. They're able to get the free kill from the back. That's all they'll be good for. Maybe another kill just to hurt the economy a little bit. But Justin says no. 10-4, and the team of Gothic Knights, NJCU, is booming.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, just looking at the scoreboard, it's pretty obvious why this game has gone this way, right? Every single player on the side of Gothic Knights, maybe aside from Sasha, but we'll give the sub a break, all right? You know, subbing in this situation, every single player has really performed on the scoreboard, and Sasha's been no slouch herself, being able to support her team at a high level. And then we look over on the Raiders side, and 3 players, or even 4 players that I really expected to show up on this map, only one of them really showed up.
Flash out. Nothing really in response. Here comes the second flash drive, but VV1 is expecting the push. But there's nothing they can do. Almost hit with that. No point. Won't be the case. Haru providing the support from the longer range, but the on-site players have no efficacy here. And maybe a swing and a second to boot. Kairu and KX Star are here to save the day as Greedy Vicus is all alone. They've got 4 shots at the Headhunter. But it is enough to kill 2.
All right, good response there from the Raiders. They put things back in their place, but that wasn't the best bonus if we're looking at the economy. They were really not going to be able to force their teammates back into this round comfortably. Now, they are going to be able to get a rifle in the hands of VV1 as Kairu's going to be able to pull out that up. But Chowder, who's actually been playing pretty decently on this map, is not going to be able to get at least a full-scale rifle in their hands. The Bulldog can be useful, but in comparison to a Vandal, especially on this map, not nearly as efficient. You know, and I don't like to point fingers. I really don't. But Peter, on that single duelist, for the first time, the Raiders choose to go single duelist, and they put Peter on that Neon, and Peter has really struggled to open things up. And here on their defending side, we really have to see Peter make an impact, because unlike on the attacking side, where Peter's main job is basically just to entry, on defense, you just have to be the one to find frags. So look at Peter here to make a big impact, but seriously, Serial, another great headshot, finds Chowder early on, and an early man advantage for the Gothic Knights.
Not much for them to do. Sends out the fast lane. But what else is to follow up? Does give you that angle of opportunity, but no one is going to work out on that. Not just utility to further delay a push. No fruition, Kairu. Here with the tour de force down on elbow, but they'll back off because the ever-looming presence of a player in halls deters that. Finally, does set a trademark. They will realize, hey, someone we can work with. I am not sure if that did catch the KO. It should have. X-Star won't have anything to work with. Regardless, still the mid-presence is there. Now they're exploding onto the site. All 4 are here. They'll go for the spike plant. X-Star on the other side of that cloudburst. Here's the swing, but Greedy Vicus with the op is there, and they're good for the shot, but now they'll have to deal with Kairu. The tour de force of their own. No angles here. They don't have much to work with, and the toxic screen makes things even worse.
Yeah, Kairu really has to make an impact with this up. Can't find the shot onto Serial, and just like that, V1 drops rifle in hand, able to find one, but already out of ammo in it. And now has to try and make his way into B main. Isn't able to find the shot. Justin cleans up Kairu, and just like that, it's 11-5. And the Gothic Knights, it looks like they don't want to have another long, drawn-out, close fight. But meanwhile, the Raiders, they're trying to get back into this game as desperately as they can.
Yeah, and quite a late time to bring in that timeout. But it still is necessary. You want to put the Knights on ice. You want to keep them from getting too hot, building that momentum to ride right into a 13-5. But it's just a difficult situation to put yourself in because they don't have those hardline tools to stop either site from being hit. Sure, you have the Viper, and that is good. It's good enough to bring in one site from being taken down because you have the toxic screen, you have the ability to send out those snake bites, but you can't have that on both sites, and that's a major issue. So when you don't have both sites with the ability to be covered like that, there are holes in your defense, major holes that are being picked apart by Gothic Knights, and that's what we're seeing. They could just wait things out, wait for the toxic screen to run out, send in that 0 point, and follow it up. Because once that is out of play, then it's open season for the Knights.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'd love to get a look at. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, the Raiders. No great buy gonna be available. Really, only a few meager weapons being brought at best, and even then, the eco still does not look great. Meanwhile, on the other side, full rifles and a set of knives for Serial, and Serial's been quite efficient on those knives.
Yeah, without a doubt. Okay, getting aggressive this time around. The Raiders are pushing up through cave. So this should be a clear indicator that, yeah, it's going to be a B hit, but Kaoru doesn't even want to deal with that. They'll be on the backside. They'll just send in some shots with the Guardian, hoping something connects, and I think it did a little bit. Got a little hit onto the side of Sasha, but not a major snipe indeed. But Peter, KX Star from the back line, they are starting things up. They've got some new weapons to work with, but now it's like they're attacking their own site. They have to push on through. The speed lane isn't going to give them much in terms of versatility, but they got to walk on through. Here's seriously Serial hanging out, but they've got Justin to keep them safe by the back wall. Here's the engagement. KX Star, good for one. Justin is looking. They're on course for the ace. Seriously, Serial won't allow that to happen, but regardless, it's going to be match and series point here for the Gothic Knight.
Yeah, I mean, just a massive showing from the Gothic Knights in that really pivotal round where the Raiders, you know, they take their time out, they try something different on their eco, and it just does not work out because the Gothic Knights just play that execute so well, even in the face of adversity with that, you know, what was it, 4-man flank. Very impressive from the Gothic Knights to hold down that post plan, and now they're sitting in a really comfortable position. They've got a full buy, and all they have to do is kind of, you know, hang on and not blow a massive lead here. They could really, you know, they could afford to lose this round as long as they do a lot of economy damage, or they just play nice and consistent how they have been playing, get the plant down, and win the game. And already we're going to see a Hunter's Fury pulled out to try and get that early pick, but a counter KO ult will cancel that out. So good utility usage so far from the Raiders. But again, the Gothic Knights, they've just got to play nice and passive, wait to see what's going on, and you know, play the game that they've been already playing so far. Just do it consistently, and don't, you know, troll away your life, basically.
Yeah, that's some good advice for them to take, but I mean, it is necessary, despite it seeming funny. Seriously, Serial jumping through. Well, oh my god. A great read off the information dart. And that starts things off. There's not much that can be followed up. Seriously, Serial. It's a second. Now this post-plane situation is so much more deadly, especially with Justin in the back of Orange. They've got nothing to work with. It's a sandwich. Peter here, VV1, gets one kill, and that is crucial because you have to start somewhere. You see Peter in the back line. They might be able to run up. They run and gun. The spray does not connect. Sasha kills Peter. VV1 falls as well inside the cloud, and the Gothic Knights win it all. 13-5, 2-1.
Yeah, huge play there from the Gothic Knights to finally wrap up this game in a 2-1 victory. But hey, I will say the Raiders, they fought really hard to put what points they did on the board. Very impressive from them. And I mean, their map on Ascent, that was a really incredible showing from them.
I have to say so. It feels like a bitter taste is left in our mouth here on Breeze, and it doesn't really represent what the Raiders brought to us this series, because that was such an insane map 2, map 1 by the Ascent. Class acts by both of them in terms of their ability to come back in the face of adversity, and that's not really what we saw here on Breeze, and I think it does kind of relate into the agent selection. I don't think the right tools, the right utility were given to the right players. When you don't have VV1 with the entry capability or the assaulting capabilities on Kaoru as well, it hurts your team a little bit more, because those are the ones you have to have in the front line, in the forefront. And if you're putting them more on a supportive role, they can't really give the help. They can't support the team in the way that they do by taking that active duelist offensive role.
Totally. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And it definitely did feel like that map really was not in the favor of the Raiders there. It felt like the Gothic Knights, specifically Greedy Vicus on that operator, was just phenomenal throughout that game. Performed exceptional on all three of the maps with the operator, but especially there on Breeze. And I feel like if Milwaukee had the opportunity to do that again, they would probably choose to have a different map 3 if they could. Potentially go on a little bit more of a traditional map, maybe something like Haven if they could, because Breeze, not the map you want to be challenging New Jersey on.
Yeah, absolutely not. And well, congratulations to the Gothic Knights. We'll be right back, potentially interviewing one of the players from NJCU. So don't go anywhere. The NECC action continues right after this break.